for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. Even this one great with space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your
killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just when I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. Even this one greatness, face is stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made, got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Day ones are usually big surprises. You never know what's in stake for the future. But welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile Open Finals Day 1, where I'm going to be a host to Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be I Super Johnny. And Johnny, it's been a while since we got a chance to cast Call of Duty. Exactly, man. I mean, especially looking at how things unfolded in front of us, and especially knowing the fact that how teams are also playing alongside in the recent tournaments. And whenever you talk about Call of Duty Mobile and the Indian region itself, the first team that's always going to pop up in your mind is, of course, Godlike Esports, and maybe you can couple them with Team Vitality.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I mean, these two teams, we still have to wait before we get to see them in action. That's the thing. But again, I mean, before that, we have a lot more new faces in front of us for the first time in the Call of Duty Mobile competitive scene in India. So that is going to be something that I'm looking forward to, what these new names, what these new teams that have been recently formed, what their strengths are going to be like. And can someone please finally take Godlike out of their throne? Because it's been years, man. They have just dominated the Indian circuit for years with no competition. And this time, again, we are going to be hopeful that someone at least puts up a fight against them. But we all know, I mean, what history has been like. And I have a feeling that this time it's going to be no different.
Hey, with that being said, we've also got the tournament format on the screen. As we know, inside of the Open Finals, it's going to be a double elimination bracket. The top 16 teams will be duking it out against each other, and then only top 8 have a chance to move on towards the challenge season. And inside of the challenge season, we're going to have these two invited teams join alongside.
Exactly, but from the challenge season where a single round robin format is going to be played between the 10 teams that will be there, only the top 6 teams will get to move forward to the challenge finals, which will take place at DreamHack. It's going to be a LAN finale, of course, all the teams, all the competitors right in each other's faces, and it's going to be exciting to see who walks away with the trophy of this year's Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile India.
Indeed, man, it's going to be super exciting to see. And as you mentioned, who is going to be able to defeat Godlike? Because they have been dominating the entire circuit for such a long time. And with that being said, we're having top 16 teams from the region itself duking it out in the open finals. Johnny, one thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of these new faces in the action.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of new faces, as you mentioned. I mean, a lot of new players, a lot of roster swaps, some good players from powerhouse rosters just walking away and forming their own teams. That is something that is another exciting factor that I want to look forward to. But we do have the brackets for today in front of us. It is going to be the upper bracket of these open finals. We have Anthem going up against NVT. We have G5 against XLR8, Time to Pound against EXO, and 5 AM against Panda Express. These are the teams in the upper bracket, but let's not forget, open finals, there's a lower bracket as well.
Exactly. Even if you do lose out in your first game, there's going to be another chance that will be given to you, and that's when you can try and pounce back inside of the race. But the first match is going to be between ANT versus NVT. Now, speaking of Team Anthem itself, Johnny, we know Starboy and Wiz, these guys are quite the OG players, sticking to the same roster. But Sundance and Legacy, the recent addition, they were used to be part of I2K in the past.
Exactly, and I2K last season was actually a decent team. They had a few good performances, but unfortunately weren't really able to make it quite far deep inside of the tournament. But then again, I mean, it's going to be exciting to see what the run for Anthem this year is going to be like. But, Necro, you remember a few moments ago we mentioned the lower bracket. Well, these are the teams that are already sitting in the lower bracket. They do not have the luxury that the teams in the upper bracket have right now for them. It is going to be a do-or-die opportunity, but their matches will take place tomorrow.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, the lower brackets on the screen, NS versus KCM. I mean, all these matches will be happening tomorrow itself, so things are going to be quite interesting. Knowing the fact that now you are pretty much going to be having no room for error as well, things are going to be much more exhilarating for these teams. And knowing that there's also so many newer faces, Johnny, that can also add on the motivating factor to the known teams, or that can also add on the suspense factor that can kick things off on a bad note for the known teams.
Exactly. It's all down to these few days, right? I mean, the first round, if you get through these open finals, then you get to move to the challenge season, and over in the challenge season, they're going to be big contenders. But talking about today itself, day one, Necro, the Pandora's box has been opened up, and these are the matches that are lined up for today. We do have the schedule: Anthem versus NVT is going to be the first game, followed by Galaxia against XLR8, Time to Pound against Team EXO, and then last but not least, 5 AM against Panda Express. I think, again, as we were talking about it, Anthem is one of those big names that we do recognize. Everyone recognizes them, along with the side of Time to Pound. But apart from that, all the other rosters are a mix of a few veterans in their teams, along with a lot of new faces.
I mean, let's be honest, right? Anthem's roster is pretty stacked. You've got players like Starboy and Wiz, the OG boys, then you've also got Legacy and Sundance coming in from I2K itself. So yeah, in general, this entire lineup is super stacked. And you speak about Dude himself. Even this guy's a veteran. So inside of this matchup, I genuinely think Anthem might just be the one to have the upper edge.
Exactly. I mean, Anthem, they can do very well for themselves, and of course, we'll have to see how the changes inside of the game bring an impact upon these teams, because, new update rolled out a few days ago. We do have the buff on the ARs now, so that is something that's going to be a key difference maker, because the last time, I remember the last Snapdragon Pro Series, you and I were there, so it was all about the SMGs, man. Now, that has kind of been taken away from a lot of these players, but let's see how each and every one of them adapt. But hey, following up, Anthem, we do have the roster for NVT on our screens, and over here as well, we have Culture, we have our Vortex Fury, and Anonymous COP.
Exactly. Quite the newer faces on the block. Team NVT, you can't say quite unknown inside of the scene as well. We're going to watch them for the first time perform on such a massive stage. But here's the problem, right? When you're playing inside such a big tournament, there's always going to be that first game jitters. Are NVT going to be capable enough to deal with those jitters? Because Anthem, they face these type of circumstances all the time in their past.
Anthem is used to it, as you mentioned. They are veterans in being in these circumstances. But again, I mean, let's not forget, I mean, I was looking at the results of these teams from their previous round of matches when the league stages began, and all of them, and I mean, all the teams in the upper bracket just toured the competition, right? So all of them are looking very strong. Even NVT was able to walk away with a very clean 2-0 victory in the previous round. So it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against these veterans inside of Anthem right now. And again, map veto, can't really ignore that as well. We have a new map inside of the scene, so I believe that is going to be included as well. Maybe.
Exactly, man. I mean, especially speaking of the lower brackets, of course the matches are going to happen tomorrow. But keep this thing in mind, Johnny. They're going to have even more pressure. Imagine if you're in shoes of one of those players. You're already inside of the lower brackets. Things cannot really get even worse for you, and you lose that game. It's done for. The dream is pretty much coming to an end.
Yeah, I mean, low bracket teams, the pressure is going to be different. We already mentioned it. Yeah, lose one game, you're already out. But today, at least, that pressure is not going to be there. Even if NVT drop a game today, they still have the opportunity to move forward through the lower bracket. But I think it's time for us to have a look at the veto. And, of course, all right, Summit. The OG map is going to be the first one picked by NVT on Hardpoint. Then we have Search and Destroy. It's going to be Kurohana Metropolis picked by Anthem, and then Raid picked for Control by NVT. Alright, so interesting map picks. I think Anthem used to extremely comfortable on Summit and Raid. It's going to be that Search and Destroy mode where maybe NVT can have an opportunity to initiate a comeback, or you never know, Hardpoint also, if you have the momentum in the early stage and if you rack up those kills, you do buy yourself enough time to secure those points and control the map.
I mean, pretty much even if you're someone new inside of the block, right, you're pretty much used to playing on these maps. At this point in time, your mechanical skills are up there to the mark. The only thing that's going to make a big difference is the experience that the no-names have, and also the overall mental aspect that they can come in with much more of a better mindset compared to you. As I mentioned, day one's always going to be filled with a lot of jitters, especially for the underdogs. And knowing the fact that these underdog teams, they're probably going to struggle in the game one at least, that's where Anthem can actually go on and strike harder and get the first victory in their hands on the map of Summit.
Exactly, and again, it is Summit. Nothing on Summit is that complicated, right? We have seen this map again
OG
and
map.
again and again and again. Yeah, it's the OG map, and a team like Anthem can definitely outplay and outmaneuver a team like NVT. But then again, as we keep mentioning, NVT, it's a new face on the block, so I mean, I'm going to be happy if we get surprised right now, to be honest.
That's the thing, right? The newer faces are usually filled with a lot of surprises. Now, at least the players of NVT know how Anthem are going to be playing against them, right?
Exactly.
They know the exact roles. But what does Anthem know about NVT? Pretty much next to nothing. They do not know how NVT is going to be playing inside of the game. What are their setups going to look like? Who's going to be on what role? There's going to be so many question marks in the head of Anthem, and all those question marks will probably be answered on the first map of Summit itself. Now, Johnny, if you have to make a prediction, which team would you go for?
Oh, I'm going to go for the safer option, Anthem. I think I still believe in them. I mean, Sundance, the last time I remember when he was still playing for the side of I2K, he was one of the key players for the team, and every single play was centered around him, a man who almost was able to put up amazing performances. Well, I say almost because I2K did not actually make it very deep into the tournament. I think they got eliminated even before the semi-final. So that's one of the reasons why I said almost. But again, this time with this roster, with Wiz and Legacy by his side, you never know what to expect.
I mean, speaking of I2K's past, right, this was one of those lineups that was struggling throughout the entire time, right? You talk about I2K, yes, a few games they were able to win those, but then when they try to face off against the known banners like TWOB or either be it Godlike or be it Vitality, I2K stood no chance. Now, I might just be a little bit too brutal with my words, but hey, it is what it is, and that's what the stats say, right? You've got the upper bracket match 1, Anthem versus Team NVT beginning soon. The first map is going to be the map of Summit on Hardpoint. Johnny, are you ready for this?
I am ready, and so are these teams as well, because look at this, Necro, right off the bat. We do have the side of Anthem, who rack up those kills. They have control of the first hard point right at the center of the factory, but now NVT, they react. Sundance caught completely off guard, goes down, and NVT are able to steal away some map control, at least for the next few seconds.
Even Vortex is able to do a lot of damage. And look at Culture. The man straight up trying to move inside. Legacy's got the control of the point as well, and he does not want to let it go. It's all about the setup at this point in time, and Legacy, beautiful shot that was. Striking down the man in front, and Legacy with this corner is able to get so much value. Eventually gets shut down as well, but still the points control is in the hands of Anthem, and they're constantly having that points flow.
Yeah, Anthem right now in the lead, and they have the momentum of this game as well, not really letting go of this first control point, but only 10 seconds remain. They have to start rotating for the next one. And if NVT get there first, then Anthem, they're going to be forced to play retake, and it's not going to be an easy position for them to be in.
I mean, especially looking at Vortex, too. You can see they're, of course, getting the kills in their hands. Vortex, with this two-piece, once again, looking to gift the point back to his teammates before NVT. They're not looking too confident inside this entire moment. Just 11 points, make it 12 points on the board. NVT, at least they've got the points controlled for now, and it's all about the setups.
Yeah, it is all about the setup, but look at this. Once again, a reset comes in, 40 seconds on the clock, and we do have Anthem in control of the hard point yet again. NVT not really able to find those trades. They do get those single frags, but not enough control of the hard point. 45 to 20. Anthem still have the upper hand, but I feel like now, slowly and steadily, NVT, because look at the kill feed, they are starting to rack those up, and as long as they keep the players of Anthem down, keep them forced on that reset, they will have an opportunity to slowly and steadily make a comeback. I
mean, Anthem's going off, that's for sure. NVT is definitely struggling a little bit, if you try and say about it. 57 points on the board, and once again, Anthem, they've got the control. Anthem is so proactive with those rotations. As soon as they realize the fact that, okay, we've done our job pretty much on this point, they instantly start to make that rotation towards the next one. And that's where Anthem is getting the advantage, being proactive, not really letting the opponents be in the driver's seat. Instead, they're the ones striking them down over and over again, and now they've got the points flow in the hand. But still, NVT, they're not that far away. Comeback is still possible.
Comeback is still possible, as you said it, Necro. And again, I mean, this hard point is where there are a lot of choke points to control, and NVT, they can definitely try and deny Anthem an opportunity to move in, and if they succeed, then they can
the War Machine
make a comeback. But yeah, War Machine kicks in. Now it's going to be the Sparrow in the hands of Starboy, and as soon as this pops out, you know it's going to be over. Anthem once again in the driving seat.
Yeah, they've already got it on the lockdown, and that's where NVT is now starting to struggle. 80 points already on the board, Johnny. Anthem's running away with a massive lead, and NVT needs to do something to try and stop the points of Anthem. For Anthem, though, of course, the veterans once again with their solid mindset, just over and over again overruling the players of NVT, while NVT just left with a big shock in their face. They can't even do anything. And you look at the kill feed, too. It's just Anthem all across the board.
It's Sundance, it's Starboy. They are just handing a beat down to the players of NVT. Caught off guard, Legacy. Oh, he should have gone down, but Vortex whips and Legacy with a brilliant punish. NVT at now I can see it, Necro. I think they're starting to choke.
Yeah. First game is always going to be filled with a lot of jitter, especially for the newer faces on the block. And that's what's once again happening with NVT. I mean, nothing taken away from them as well. They have been there for such a long time in the scene. But still, Anthem, they've just got much more experience. And you cannot really overshadow that. Purifier in the hands culture, they're not even able to pull off any sort of values with the operators.
They still have yet to reach the 50-point marker, the players from NVT, and Anthem already over 100. Claw comes out. This is going to give them so much pressure on the players of NVT.
Oh, no.
How do they react? The pre-fire on the corner, and Sundance is not looking to slow down anytime soon.
Yeah, the Claw was able to find so much value, and once again, they've got the point on lockdown. What can you even do if you're NVT? You don't even stand a chance to even look inside of that entire warehouse. You're constantly getting struck down, and NVT, they're still trying their best to get something done in long range, but you need to be up close and personal. That's the only way you can get your hands on the point.
Yeah, objectives completely in control of Anthem, and NVT still struggling. That countdown's been stuck on 41 for so long. I think 2 hard points have gone by, and NVT haven't been able to get a single point. Finally, they start to move forward slowly and steadily, closing in on that 50-point marker. But at this point, Anthem close to getting a 100-point lead against them.
Johnny, 143 to 55, and Anthem, they've already got too much of a bigger lead. Now, if NVT does want to stand a chance to win this entire game, they need to make sure that they're getting all the points in their hands. They're not even letting the players of Anthem step themselves or step their foot inside any one of these points, but already Anthem once again getting the point back in their hands, and they've already got it on the lockdown. Look at the setups from the side of Anthem. The team synergy, the communication, it seems on point.
They know where the entries are, and they're blocking those access points for the side of NVT. As soon, even before the dual angles show up, Anthem is already prepared. And look at this, the pre-fire, just the pressure, just the passive pressure, keeping the players of NVT at bay. Once again, it's going to be the Sparrow in the hands of Starboy, and he is popping off quite nicely as well. Look at that, Vortex shut down, and here it comes, a double kill. Another reset for the players of NVT and Anthem. I think they take this map, man. There's
Of course
no way
they do.
NVT makes a
Just
comeback.
look at the kill feed, man. It's Anthem all across the board. They're not even able to stand a chance. NVT, you're talking about duels, and even NVT are getting ruled out over there. Vortex is the only man who's able to pull something off, but still just one single man trying to get something done. That's not really going to count, man. You need to work as a team, and that's where NVT is failing, and that's where Anthem, they've got the upper advantage. Anthem every single time with proper communication as well. They're able to come out on top in these duels, and Legacy with that Predator missile gets a 2K.
Oh my goodness, Sundance, look at this. Now he's going off. Vortex again shut down. Culture right behind him. He goes down as well. And Anthem very close to closing out this match. They're almost at 200. 20 seconds remain on this hard point. The next one, they are going to try and fight for some early control on the 10-second marker. But NVT, this could be their opportunity. I mean, still a little hopeful for the side of NVT, but now I think it's going to be over. The players of Anthem already there on the next hard point as well. And NVT, I don't think they're going to walk away with a single point in the next.
Yeah, it's done, man. I don't think so. They stand a chance. NVT, it's a little bit too late to try and make a bounce back now inside of the game. This hard point's going to be on the name of Anthem. 212 points already racked up, and Anthem is so proactive. They're so quick in getting the controls as well in their hands. They know exactly where to stand. They know their setups. They're so well familiar with each other's playstyle, while NVT, they're just walking into a straight-up booby trap.
Yeah, this is a trap indeed. Arctic Monkey around the corner. You have Legacy marking the angle as well. And 226 right now reads the scoreboard. Anthem, just a few more seconds. 30 seconds left for them to actually close out this match. Just the final 20 points for them to secure. And NVT, it is over. It's almost over. This is the final few seconds for NVT in this map one.
Yeah, they just need a few more points, and Anthem, they've pretty much done it. The first hard points in the hands of Anthem, and once again, just look at them. They've got the points on lockdown. What are you even supposed to do if you're NVT? They can't even stand a chance inside of this hard point in Summit, and it's going to be Anthem hitting the players of NVT pretty hard and taking the first map away.
I don't know how to sugarcoat this, Necro, because there's no way to sugarcoat this. That was completely one-sided.
It was.
Anthem did not even give NVT a second to breathe. I mean, no time to think, no time to strategize. It was just an all-out war, and Anthem completely focused in on objectives. They left one player inside of that hard point. Everyone else was out on a hunt, and especially Starboy. That man was on fire constantly.
And somewhere down the line, we all saw this coming too, right? We knew Anthem was going to be the one to dominate this entire game, while NVT, being an underdog, a newly formed team, of course they're going to struggle, and that's what exactly happened. NVT were not able to come out on top, especially inside of Summit, getting ruled out that hard. Now imagine the mindset the boys are going to be in, Johnny. I don't think so. NVT, they will be able to recover even in the upcoming map.
No, but that's the thing, right? Search and destroy. That mode is extremely slow, and search and destroy, you don't have any respawns, right? So if you strategize correctly, if your setups are better than the other side, then you have an opportunity to make a comeback. That's the thing. S&D is that one mode where NVT can take on Anthem. Control and Hardpoint, I think Anthem is going to end up dominating. Control, maybe depending on how NVT actually plays around the control points and what their strategy is like. I think it can switch sides, but Hardpoint, I think this is the expected result. Anthem through and through.
Exactly, man. I mean, we also saw the players of Anthem investing pretty heavy early off, which makes a lot of sense, too. Anthem was getting so many frags underneath their belts that they could actually afford to invest pretty heavy off the rip, and that's where the players of NVT really struggled. We saw the Sparrow being pulled out, we saw the War Machines being pulled out, and that's where NVT was crumbling, because SNS, the players of Anthem, had the points in their hands. NVT just did not know how to crack through that defense.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I mean, those score streaks are going to be important as well for the players of Anthem to utilize. NVT, I don't think they got an opportunity to get to this point of being able to use the score streak.
Yeah, they did not, man. I mean, NVT, for them, it was a tough pill to swallow in that previous game. But the upcoming one, maybe, considering it is going to be an S&D, as you mentioned, much more of a slower mode, that's where maybe they can't stand a chance, and that's where they can have a little bit of an upper edge, maybe compared to the players of Anthem. But still, that's just me trying to be a little bit more hopeful towards the side of NVT. You ask me my realistic expectations on the map of Search and Destroy, and that's going to be probably Anthem's going to destroy NVT once again, because you clearly saw in the previous map itself in Summit, you saw the communication was much more on point for Anthem. They knew exactly what angle to hold. They knew exactly how to cover each other's back.
I think first mistake that was made by NVT was letting Summit go through the map veto. I think if you're playing a team like Anthem, this should never be played on Summit, man. Pick something else. Summit is going to be dominated. We had this conversation before the game even began, right? This is the OG map. Anthem has played this. The players from Anthem have played this so much. And against teams like Godlike and Vitality, they used to be good against those teams, giving them a tough fight. So this was a team that was going to be tough to beat from the start. But again, S&D becomes more interesting not just because of the mode, and as you mentioned, I mean, you know, especially on that attacking side, you have an opportunity, you find that first frag, you gain the numbers advantage, then you start building up the pressure on the opposing side. That aspect can work out in the favor of NVT, but along with that, considering it's going to be a map that I think is something that both these teams are still going to try to figure out themselves and how to play against each other in this particular tournament, I think NVT can make a comeback. So I'm going to be hopeful, I'm going to be the skeptic over here. You are still hoping for Anthem going through with a dominating run, right?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for. Because, once again, man, let's be honest, right? The communication was exactly on point in the previous map itself for Anthem. They knew exactly how to cover each other's back. They knew exactly what to do in what sort of a circumstance. They knew their roles. And that's where the players of NVT sort of lacked. NVT did not exactly know how to take the point away from the side of Anthems. They were not able to crack through the defensive wall that was being put up from the side of Anthem towards them.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be interesting to see what their reactions are going to be like. Because again, I think I do agree with you. At the initial start of maybe even Search and Destroy, NVT, they are going to be a little bit caught off guard by the players of Anthem. Because again, the fundamentals of the game are going to be important. And Anthem definitely the stronger in terms of those fundamentals of not just Hardpoint, but Search and Destroy as well. But NVT, they need to take a breath. Just figure out, do not try to play the game at Anthem's pace. If you do that, they are going to beat you just like they did on Hardpoint right now. So try to keep things as slow as possible. Try to be very careful and calculated in the decisions you make. Do not just run in and force out those fights.
S&D is all about tactical nature, right? And that's where Anthem, they might just be a little bit shaky. Because that's just me being hopeful. Once again, I'm saying this. It's just me being hopeful towards NVT, and that's why I'm saying maybe Anthem can be a little bit shaky. Considering it's much more of a slower mode, that's where NVT can have much more of a chance to think their strategy through. And NVT can actually come up on top with the cure on the fly. But if Anthem is once again making things much more aggressive, that's where NVT is going to start to struggle. But Search and Destroy is going to begin right now. Anthem versus NVT. This will be the second map itself. Is it going to be a 2-0? Let's find out.
Well, let's see. Here we go. Search and Destroy. It begins. We do see Anthem on the defense, NVT on the attack. They are looking to make that push towards the B side. But Anthem, they have a decent read on this. 3 defenders on B. Just one man running down mid and an aggressive push towards A.
A slow and steady start, as expected. Even Anthem is taking it quite slow. And this might just lead to their own demise, Johnny. I want Anthem to be a little bit more aggressive. That's where Anthem can have the upper edge. Do not let the opponents think what you're coming up with. But if you let the opponents think through, that's where they can have a proper read on you. Considering Anthem, they're on the defending side of things. They're playing it way too passive. But I like the stack as well that Anthem is having. Once again, they're playing it quite hold, playing it quite nice. And NVT, they just walk into the crosshairs of Starboy. Once again, holding the same angle, and they've got no clue. NVT, they're walking straight up in the crosshairs of Starboy, and the man is just ready to light him up.
It's a 2v2 still, and it's going to be down to that 5th man. Weewoo, he needs to find that frag, and he gets shut down. NVT, they have the upper hand. 2v1, Starboy, all that remains, and he needs to pull out the big guns for this one. Let's see. They have control of the A side. The bomb is definitely going down over here. But if NVT make a single mistake, then Starboy can just isolate those numbers and bring it down to a 1v1. That is what he's hoping for. Look at him wrapping around from the attacker's spawn.
And this is what I was exactly mentioning too, Johnny, right? Anthem was playing this way too slow, and that's where the players of NVT had the advantage. And here comes the first spot, and yes, Starboy is not going to stand a chance as he gets ruled out outside of that first round. But this is what I'm exactly saying. I do understand Anthem's on the defense, but maybe sometimes taking things a little bit aggressive, even on the defensive side of things, can actually pan out good.
Yeah, especially for a team like Anthem that is very proficient in team fighting, right? They can put the counter pressure on towards the players of NVT and catch them off guard. Look at the amount of nades lobbed towards Legacy. He's going to be forced way back towards that A side. And now a quick rotation coming in from the players of Anthem, but NVT not looking to slow down. They move towards A. It's going to be down to that first pick. If Legacy finds it, it switches everything, but he whips the shot, and NVT are going to be made aware of that sniper being present on A.
That's going to blow for Anthem. The first sniper shot was much more crucial. Shots coming to play, and Fury's going to find that kill too. Nicely done, instantly backs away. And this is what I'm loving about NVT, not really overcommitting on towards angles. And that's where NVT is getting the upper advantage too. But Legacy, the man's still up and alive, and as long as Legacy's inside of the game, it's still going to be a big threat for the boys inside of the game itself. And here comes the few shots. Once again, Sundance with the off angle is going to catch another man as well. Anthem, they're slowly and steadily getting the grip back inside of this round, Johnny.
It is a miracle that they've brought it down to a 2v2. Otherwise, Kevlar with that backstab down mid will definitely turn things around again with players of Oh, what this is the end. This is the last man left. It is down to a 1v1, but Fury finds the pick, and NVT, again, they win the round. I think this is where NVT can gain the upper hand. This is where they can gain the winning edge in the attacking side, because once they turn to defense, Anthem is just going to mow them over. It's just going to be like hardpoint again.
Yeah, probably that's what's going to happen. But Anthem, I generally think they need to be a little bit aggressive. They're letting the opponents think too much. If they're going to be on the aggressive side of things, maybe NVT will crack under the pressure once again. Because NVT right now, the pressure is definitely relieved. A 2-point lead, that's going to mean a lot. These 2 rounds are quite crucial for NVT's mindset. And as long as they keep on winning, that's going to mean so much. But look at the flank. Oh, this one is quite massive. Gets the straight up mow down on the players of NVT, as now it's just down to the one last man. That's going to be Fury himself. But what can Fury do? There's the 2 players that make the pounce at the same time, and Anthem, they finally get the first round on the board.
Yeah, finally they make it happen. Finally being able to secure an opening.
Oh my God,
and as you mentioned,
Johnny.
Necro, the proactive aggression is how they make it work.
Exactly, the flank from Wiz was insane. He wrapped up all the way from the back, and that's what he realized. Okay, if we keep on playing it the same way over and over again, you will get countered by NVT. Maybe this time, switch things up a little bit more. Go on the flank, be a little bit more aggressive, and it pays off perfectly. But as soon as you speak of paying things off, you've already got Sundance taking down Culture, but even Culture replies back. Kevlar with that, Tundra is able to find Sundance too, so it's now trades happening back and forth, but still NVT, they end up on top with 3 players standing.
But Anthem had the upper hand. They lost 1 player, picked off 2. They gained the man advantage, and now they've gone ahead and thrown it all. Monkey's going to try his best, but in a 1v3, he can't really do a lot. He gets shut down, and again, it's going to be NVT who find the trade 3-1. They have the upper hand once again. But I really liked how the round began from the side of Anthem. On that B side, they were proactive yet again. They found the opening, but as soon as they lost the 1 player, they just completely backed off, which should not have happened. They had the man advantage. It was a 4v3 in their favor. But oh, it's a mow down. And again, it's going to be Sundance.
Okay.
Forward, finds 1 more. It's going to be Viru who finds 2 frags for his team.
Okay.
They can't do anything. That's going to be the 3rd one coming.
Oh my God, Anthem.
2K, he ends it.
That was destruction from the side of Anthem. But exactly what I was saying, right, Johnny? My point's now proven. If Anthem's going to be aggressive, they will find the upper edge. They just need to make the players of NVT panic. And right now, NVT are panicking.
Yeah. And as long as this keeps on going, NVT, they're going to be put under pressure again and again. Kevlar, oh no. There was a quick peek and he runs back. Luckily for him, he didn't overextend. Otherwise, it would have been Anthem a player down already.
Snipers in the heads. And Kevlar, the man just moves away at the wrong time. And now the opponent's going to have a chance to regain the control of that angle. It's a 2-3 scoreline on top. NVT still with the lead of 1 round. But can they keep on carrying this lead on? That's the real question. Anthem on the defense, once again playing it passive. Before playing passive was the big kryptonite for Anthem. But they're looking to use the same strategy again against NVT. And that's where NVT is going to find the advantage. Here comes the first strike from Kevlar. The sniper's now starting to reply back in a great fashion.
Now NVT with a switch of pace, they slow things down, and now they are making Anthem overthink. Look at this, mid-control by the players of NVT as Kevlar looks to move in. They're going to try and pinch towards that A side again. The rotation comes in, and Anthem, do they have a read? And I think now they might. Kevlar goes down. It's going to be an important frag for Anthem. It also equalizes the numbers.
Oh, Fnac in the hands of Culture. And Culture's looking to pull off some weird shenanigans. Wiz spots out the players, instantly backs away in the previous round. Wiz was the MVP. He was the one to get so much damage done against the opponents. But this time around, Wiz lets the opponents have the control of the site as the bomb now gets planted. And once again, for Team NVT, this is the exact point that we're looking for. It's down 4-on-4. But here comes the strike, and that's quite a good one too. But once again, the traits are now going to be offering in a good favor for the side of Anthem, as Anthem, they come out on top.
Aggressive trades, and as you mentioned, they again come out on top. This is the only way Anthem takes it, and it is an equalizer for them as well. 3-3, switching sides. Now I think this is the opportunity Anthem were waiting for. They are on the attack, NVT on the defense, and Anthem again with this numbers advantage. The fact that now they don't have to play spread out all over the map, they can run in all together. I think this is where they start dominating this map as well.
The trade game from Anthem has been really strong lately. 3-3 scoreline, Johnny. Now Anthem on the attacking side of things, and that's where, as you mentioned, Anthem can definitely start to strike things and stew some real drama up. But here comes the proper connections that we all were looking for, and Kevlar once again dominates the field against Anthem. Getting these first two initial picks are now going to mean so much, because that puts Anthem in a man disadvantage.
They keep peeking the sniper, but look at how smart Anthem is. They checked where Kevlar was and quickly rotated through mid and are running towards that A side. They have there before Vortex closes in. He is playing from the spawn, trying to keep a passive approach, but Anthem, they made it towards the A side. The bomb is definitely going to go down, and from there, Anthem can get proactive to try and play an aggressive defense. Let's see. The bomb is going to be planted towards A, and NVT now finally are going to be forced to move. Here they come.
The man's on the move. And look at the boys as well. Still the man advantage in the hands of NVT, right? And they need to play for the retake. Legacy and his teammate Sundance, they have been playing with each other for such a long time, so the synergy, I expect it to be on point. 5-19 in the hands of Sundance. All it takes is one connection, but unfortunately Sundance isn't able to find any in all the three players to collapse at the same time towards the site.
Quite unfortunate. The setup was nice, but Fury finding that frag and, of course, wasting Sundance's time was all they needed. NVT, they get themselves on the board first in the defensive half, but let's see, Anthem, still more opportunities for them to strike. 4-3, the game is still on.
Here we go. Once again, the round lead in the hands of NVT. Johnny, actually, NVT is doing a good job. They're giving the players of Anthem a run for their money. Especially in Hardpoint, we all thought that, yes, there's a high chance it might just be one-sided series. But then, Search and Destroy rolled up, and now Anthem is actually getting destroyed in the Sniper Duels. It's Kevlar who's able to put up so many positive traits for his teammates.
Yeah, they're going to stop dying to Kevlar as long as this man keeps finding that first frag. Anthem can't really do much, but look towards mid. There's a passive camp here, and someone needs to shut down Anonymous. He's holding a great angle, and it's going to be very difficult for the players of Anthem to even move forward and check him. But here they come. They make the move. Anonymous finds the first. He's going to look for more. He finds two, and finally is going to be traded out, but it's too late for Anthem. They're down in numbers. It's 2v4 situation.
Sundance was able to spot a few players, but a little bit of whiffs as well coming through Sundance's hands, and that's where the players of Anthem might just be in a bit of a trouble. You talk about the man number as well. It's a 2-on-4. Anthem in a big man disadvantage. And it's Sundance and a Wiz standing right next to each other. Sundance. I like the fact that Anthem is playing together. They're playing it like a well-knit unit. But the main issue is the man number. The man disadvantage is currently following and trailing the players of Anthem. With just a 2-on-4, it sounds pretty tough on paper, but if executed properly, it can be quite wondrous if they do manage to pull it off. But here comes Vortex with that off angle as he catches the first player already. But Sundance is still up and alive, and he can't flip the table. And that's what exactly happens. Sundance strikes another player as well.
Yeah, he needs time. He needs time to bring his HP back up. The reset needs to come through, but does not succeed. As Kevlar with that sniper, beautiful sniper shot over there, shuts down Sundance, and it's going to be again NVT on the board, 3-5. Necro have a feeling NVT, they're going to be the victors of this search and destroy. They are doing very well for themselves in this mode.
They indeed are. 5-3, they've got the big lead as well, as you mentioned. One thing is for sure, NVT proven what they're capable of and giving the players of Anthem a big reality check. Anthem rolled through the first map, and maybe the same thing happened, Johnny, that we speculated, right? First map, the jitters are probably going to be there if you're the newer face on the block, and that's what happened. But now, slowly and steadily, it's the players of NVT once again getting the grip back inside of this BO3.
This round is different though. Anthem have the upper hand. They have the numbers advantage to work with. Culture trying to pick the players of Anthem off. It's still a 3v2. Culture is going to be shut down. It's going to be down to the sniper, Kevlar. Let's see. It's going to be very difficult to find those frags in close ranges, and the players of Anthem are holding an impressive crossfire. Kevlar looking to move in. They still have no information. Arctic Monkey still owning the stairs, but Kevlar finally shut down, and Anthem, they retaliate. 4-5. This game is extremely close.
It indeed is. Anthem as well, now looking forward to let go of this entire search and destroy. Anthem do want to make it quick, Johnny, but this series means a lot for NVT too. NVT, they will have another chance considering it is a double elimination bracket, so they won't be eliminated instantly even if they do lose out of this series. But still, NVT, they want to give their best. Kevlar once again holding the angle with the sniper, and the Tundra strikes. He was able to get the first man, but eventually he gets taken down as well by Dude. And Arctic Monkey, he's playing quite a big role for his team, but NVT, they get another strike. And that's it, another round on the board for the side of NVT.
Oh, NVT just a point away from closing things out, but let's see. Does it happen now, or does Anthem bring themselves back into this game? Again, it all needs to swing from Kevlar for the players of NVT. He's the man who has been a key playmaker for their side. And again, holding that long angle towards B, waiting for the players of Anthem to give him the peek.
He's once again holding the same angle. But that's where the read comes into play, right, Johnny? Anthem knows there's someone watching that angle, and usually it is the sniper! What a flick that was! Legacy! Once again, the OG sniper is back in the game. And this is what you wait for. Legacy with his legacy flicks as he strikes down another man, Anonymous, outside of the game. And that's where the real panic is now going to start to set in against the players of NVT. And NVT, they lose out another man, Johnny. It's already taken down to just a two-man squad.
Well, I think it might be a little bit of a comeback coming from the players of Anthem. Culture is going to be spoiled out, but woo-woo. Just walks away at the wrong time, although the information relayed to the players of Anthem, and now they are going to be on the hunt. They're moving towards A. Culture finally shut down. It's going to be Fury, the last man left alive, but in a 1v5, even he can't do anything. It's an impossible task for him to make a comeback. 5-6. NVT just one round away from closing things on Search and Destroy.
Okay.
Oh,
clear on that corner, Fury. The man's clearing and checking his corners, and I like that. Fury, he knows exactly how the opponent's going to be holding as well as he finds the second one, too. It's not a good news, Johnny, for Anthem. They might just screw things over. They're giving solo peeks to Fury, and that's where Fury's taking the advantage once again in his hands. Anthem needs to play together. They need to play in tandem. And here comes another solo peek, and Fury gets the advantage too. He takes the man down way too low. All it takes is one single bullet to strike him down as well. And Sundance, he's now waiting for his teammate, and that's the right thing to do. As Anthem, they get 5 rounds on the board, but still the advantage is with the players of NVT.
The man who was dropped low is the man who finds that final frag. Sundance not really shying away from taking that fight, and 5-6. Anthem just a round away from getting themselves the equalizer, but NVT, they have to do whatever it takes. Look at the utility lob towards mid. A lot of damage dished out onto the players of Anthem, but then again, I mean, it is about gaining access to that site for them. And Legacy, this time he pulls out the LW3 Tundra. An easy battle for both these sides. Look towards mid. Fury. I think he has to be the playmaker for his team this round.
Once again, Anthem taking this slow and steady approach. One thing is for sure, Anthem, they've realized they cannot really try to go for any weird plays anymore. It has to be a systematic approach. And what an 8 that was, Johnny! Wiz taking down Fury with that beautifully placed nade. That was insane.
Oh, it was. It was indeed. And again, they have the numbers advantage to work with the players of NVT. They walk away from that A side. It's going to be Anonymous who's getting very proactive there. And if he falls, then Anthem, they are going to be in the winning position in this round. And there it is. Fury shut down. It's a 3 versus 5. Anthem with the man advantage. They can take control of the stage side. It's not bomb. But NVT is a very quick rotation. And Anthem, are they going to be prepared for this? That's the question.
Yeah, here's the big problem with Anthem, though. When they have the man advantage, they are known to give it away because they take the individual fights, but this time around, it's not the same thing. Legacy as well is doing quite a decent job, and here comes Sundance with the finishing blow. And that's going to be Anthem tying things up, and now we go to OT, Johnny.
Yeah, overtime. That is what Anthem wanted, but then again, I mean, NVT, I think this is going to sting them a little bit more now because they were in a position from where they could have closed out the match, and now a thing that you were talking about before this matchup, the series even began, Necro, mental pressure, that's going to be there on the players of NVT. They got so close to winning, and yet Anthem has been able to take this search and destroy into overtime, but let's see.
I mean,
They
this
need
is
to find
where
the first frag and
NVT's
shut down.
Yeah, this is where NVT's mental fortitude is now going to be tested, Johnny. If they're capable enough to keep their mental in check, they will be the one to sort of make things even more tougher for Anthem. But look at Anthem, too. They're constantly getting the trade back in their hands. And now the fight's taken down to a 4-on-4. We'll actually make that a 3-on-4. NVT now with the man advantage inside of this entire thing. But Anthem, considering they're on the defensive side of things, they need to crack open this entire retake. But how can they do so when NVT's holding every single angle? Fury's been spotted, the man's in the front, but unfortunately Legacy misses the right time, and now he needs to strike down Fury up close and personal, and that's what he exactly does. He's still got the Fnac in his hands as he fights the second man as well, and he's almost looking to pull off this clutch. Legacy, a 1v3 as he takes down the entirety of NVT.
What a play, a legacy in the making, an impressive performance coming in from this man, and what a clutch moment as well. A 1v3 situation, all of his teammates shut down. Fury with an impressive 2k, bringing the numbers in the favor of NVT, but out of nowhere, Legacy shows up and just takes it all away. That has to be heartbreaking. NVT, this is a tough position to make a comeback from.
Utils are being tossed, the nades are being tossed towards the generic directions, Johnny. That's what usually happens in the early stage of the game, right? Just clear out the usual angles, and Anthem, slow and steady approach, considering they were on the defense in the previous one, but now, as they're on the attack, they once again look to pull off the same playstyle that they were in the previous few rounds. And this slow and steady approach is actually able to sniff out the players of NVT quite nicely. They're getting the intel in their hands, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Anthem a big advantage in this round. Fury and Vortex all that are left for the side of NVT. I think this might be over already, Necro. You see Vortex moving in, but it's going to be Fury stuck all alone on towards that B side. And he's going to be spoiled out. Information reveal. Anthem, they plant the bomb, and they are going to be prepared for that retake. They're going to shut down Fury as well. Vortex looking to rotate, but his teammates need to survive and not go down before Vortex shows up. But Wiz, he's holding a very tight angle. And Fury, a single pixel of overextension, and he's going to take a lot of unnecessary damage. Vortex shut down. Fury is the last man left alive, and he gets shut down by Sundance. It is over 8-6. What an amazing comeback from Anthem. Did not expect that, to be honest, with how this round began.
Hey, I mean, Anthem, as you mentioned, an unexpected comeback from them. Realizing the fact that, okay, NVT's running away with the lead, that's when Anthem tied things up a little bit more. But Anthem, with the way things started off, they were playing it way too passive, and that's where the players of NVT were actually getting the upper edge, because they knew how Anthem was playing, they were getting the intel as well, where the players are situated, and they were able to counter the players of Anthem in quite a good note. You cannot take this away from NVT either.
Exactly. You can't really take this away from them. I mean, we spoke about this. This is a fresh team. Again, compared to Anthem, these players have a lot of experience and a lot of experience going up against two of the best teams in the country, and they used to give them a tough fight back in those days. This time with this roster, I think they still are playing to the best of their abilities. Although I have to say, one of the key reasons why Anthem lost the few early and Destroy was they were playing it like, they were still playing it like hardpoint, man. They were just trying to take those fights head on, even though they knew that, all right, we are not going to have the numbers. They were playing a little bit split up because, of course, they were on that defense and NVT got the upper hand. But those 2 rounds in overtime, those were something else.
I mean, early off, it was straight up overconfident showcase from the side of Anthem, right? They were so overconfident. They were getting so cocky. They knew the fact that they're pretty much going to be the one to probably come out on top in a search and destroy as well. But then later on, when the players of NVT started to hand out the reality checks, that's when Anthem realized, all right, guys, maybe we need to start utilizing the utilities that we have. Maybe we need to come up with a proper set place to try and strike down the players of NVT. So they started taking things a little bit more serious as the rounds kept on progressing.
Alright, and one player from the side of NVT who deserves a lot of praise. In fact, 2 individuals are going to be Fury and Kevlar, man. On that defensive side, Kevlar with his sniper, with his LW3 was absolutely phenomenal. Not even allowing the players of Anthem to just peek check the corners, the long angle on towards B. And Fury, his defense towards mid and towards that A side was very impressive. I think that was the one thing that was causing a lot of trouble for the players of Anthem and forcing them into the later stage of the round to actually play a little bit more tactically rather than just forcing out those gun duels. So these 2 players put up a lot of pressure on towards Anthem, and I think Kevlar very impressive with how he's played this one. Although,
how can you forget that 1v3 from Legacy? Dude,
oh yeah.
That was insane. We all thought that, okay, Anthem's done for. There's probably a big chance that Anthem's going to lose out on this SND. But then Legacy comes in with a 1-on-3 and just surprises all of us. And once again, gives the win in the hands of Anthem. The only reason why Anthem came out on top in this entire SND is hands down Legacy and his clutch.
Yeah, I think that was the first round of the overtime, right? Had they not won that, NVT would be there with the upper hand inside of this game right now, and I think the match would still be on. But again, very impressive performances from both these 2 teams. And let's not forget, it's not over for NVT. This was a match in the upper bracket, so they still have an opportunity to make a comeback in the lower bracket. You never know. Maybe we're going to see Legacy qualify for the next stage.
Maybe we can. I mean, we're speaking of one of those teams that is pretty much newer, that is pretty much fresher on the block, right? For NVT, this is sort of like the experience that they can come up with. This is sort of like the experience. They can use this entire game as a learning curve and move on forward inside of the lower brackets and come up with much more of a reform mindset. But know the fact that we still got one more game mode to go, Johnny, Control. And that's where things are going to be quite spiced up inside of Control. Maybe NVT can realize the fact that, okay, probably it's going to be the players of Anthem once again playing it like hardpoint, and that's where they can counter them.
Well, it is. I don't think that's going to happen. NVT, they do take a 0-2 loss to Anthem right now, Necro. Yeah. So they are going to be moving towards the lower bracket. Anthem moves forward. So we are going to be moving forward to the next game, which is going to be Galaxia versus the side of XLR8. And that's going to be an interesting one as well. A few known faces, not just known faces, I think a few very well-known faces inside of XLR8 that I'm very excited to see after a long time. I want to see how much these individuals have improved and what is going to be the matchup like. Yeah. That is going to be a much close matchup. I mean, NVT versus Anthem, we knew it's a new team against a set of veterans. Galaxia against XLR8, I think that's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a close one. Might go through all 3 modes.
I mean, still, Galaxia as well is much more of a newer team compared to the players of Accelerate, because you try and speak of Accelerate, the lineups once again stacked. Vegas, this man used to be part of Vitality, Johnny, and Vitality is one of those teams that was dominating the scenes for such a long time as well. Extinx, I mean, he is, of course, a player that likes to wield the AR and the marksman, and even Extinx has been inside the playing field for such a long time. You speak about Ghost, he used to be part of NS Esports in the past.
Yeah, and again, I mean, that's the thing that makes Accelerate exciting, but Galaxy as well. This is, again, a new team in comparison. We haven't really seen the players much, but it's going to be exciting to see how they take on veterans. Kind of a similar matchup, Anthem versus NVT, but I would give Galaxy a little bit of an edge to try and take on the players of Accelerate, considering, again, it's been a long time since we've seen Vegas in action, and again, Extinx as well, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play out their series. And
exactly,
again,
man.
map veto is going to be important.
I'm not going to lie. It feels like inside of the previous matchup, the opponents of Anthem were just getting warmed up. NBT, if they had one more chance, maybe they could have actually given the players of Anthem a tough time, that's for sure. But unfortunately, inside of the BO3 series, they had the first 2 games to try and prove themselves. Inside of Hardpoint, they got absolutely rolled. In Search and Destroy, Anthem showcased what they're capable of and pulled off an incredible comeback. But even NBT, they gave a tough time to Anthem themselves. Johnny, knowing the fact that now the upcoming game is going to be between Galaxia and Accelerate, I genuinely think so over here too. There might just be Accelerate coming out on top over here as well.
Yeah, there's a big probability of that happening. But before we move on to the next match, let's take a very short break. So you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have a ride. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the river. The problem will solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all of it. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, after watching Anthem just absolutely stomp through their opponents, NBTs now they're in the lower brackets, but that's a story for another time. The upcoming matchup is going to be between Accelerate and Galaxia, and Johnny, once again, you can't say it's the same storyline repeating itself.
Yeah, it can be. It definitely can be a one-sided affair. We were talking about this before we went to the break. Accelerate, they have a lot of experienced players, and not just experienced players, but they have players who were considered some of the best just a few years ago, right? Vegas and Extinct, they were best at their particular roles, played for some of the best teams in the country, and now have formed their own new team called Accelerate. Galaxia on the other side, the only thing they're lacking is experience, but in a situation like this, that is the big difference maker between these two sides.
As I mentioned, right, you can pretty much copy-paste the same storyline of the previous BO3 inside of this one as well. Accelerate quite the newer faces, quite the known faces, that's what I mean. While you try and compare them to Galaxia, they're quite the newer faces. Rogue, you've got Disparity, Illusion, Lyric, and Marps. All these playing 5 that you can see on the screen itself. I mean, they're quite the newer faces on the block. We haven't really seen them perform in the past, but all you can do and hope is that maybe they put up a good competition for Accelerate.
Yeah, that's what we are going to be hoping for, right? I mean, the previous one was a one-sided affair. Anthem just beating down the side of NVT. First on Hardpoint, and then Search and Destroy. I think Anthem just took it lightly in the initial stages, closing it out in overtime. But Accelerate, I don't think they're going to make the same mistake. I know these players, man. Extinct and Vegas, they do not like to give a single sign or a single glimmer of hope to their opposing players. So I think they are going to stick to the same thing. Just beat down on Galaxia till the very end.
Exactly, man. I mean, especially Accelerate, right? You've got Ghost, Extincts, as I mentioned. Speaking of Ghost as well, he used to be part of NS Officials in the past. In 2023, DreamHack, we saw these boys on the stage itself, Johnny. Remember that entire lineup, which was led by Prevail? So yeah, this entire lineup is once again having so much confidence and so much experience. So that's where Ghost is now pretty much going to be in much more of a better mindset. You try and move on the conversation towards Extincts. He's been a part of such a glorified lineup. I think so. He's been a part of TWOB in the past. And you move on towards Vegas. He's been a part of one of the best organizations that the Indian region has to offer, and that's going to be Vitality. So the entire lineup of Accelerate is super stacked. And while you're facing off against Galaxia, Galaxia is already going to start to sweat. But hey, we've got the map veto on the screen, Johnny, and as usual, it's going to be Summit once again in Hardpoint.
Exactly. Summit picked by Galaxia, though. I mean, that is going to be interesting now. I mean, let's see how things turn out for them on that Summit. Firing range for Search and Destroy. Now, this is the map I actually really like for Search and Destroy because, yeah, again, as you mentioned, it's a classic. The two sides, they're quite separated from each other. The mid actually gives you a lot of pinching opportunities if you can gain that mid control. But moving on to control, it's going to be Arsenal picked by Galaxia. Again, another interesting pick. So, again, Accelerate, if they win on Summit, then I think they can close out on Search and Destroy. Galaxia, if they win on Summit, then for them, I think they are going to try and take it all the way towards control because, again, as you mentioned, Accelerate, they have those refined players who know how to play in those team seconds under this much pressure in a tournament like this. So Vegas, Extincts, and Ghost can definitely try and outmaneuver Galaxia on Search and Destroy and walk away with the win. But, again, new teams facing off against well-known players from the past in a new team. So it's still a matchup that can swing either way.
I mean, we can pretty much bring up the same storyline over here too, right? The newer faces, that means there's not a lot of research already left on the internet. While you try and speak of Accelerate, they've already played in the past tournaments, so maybe Galaxia has much more of a better research done against Accelerate, while Accelerate, they're going to be stepping inside of this entire matchup with a blindfold on their eyes, so they pretty much do not know what to expect from the side of Galaxia. Now, overall, once again, it is going to be the map of Summit to kick things off, and Summit is quite the classic map as well. Everyone's quite familiar with this map. I genuinely think so. Even though it is going to be picked from Galaxia, I still think Accelerate might just have the upper edge.
I agree with you. I think Accelerate is going to have the upper edge in this match. And if you were going to ask me my prediction, Necro, I would have gone with Accelerate. But what would your prediction be? You're going to go with Accelerate as well? Same?
I mean, that's what makes a lot of sense, right? That's pretty much going to be the safest pick we can go for. Because for Galaxia, we just do not really have enough research. The only research I could come up with is that Rogue likes to play with SMG and Shotgun, which is the basic roles that the players like to play with, right? The basic guns. That's the only thing I was able to come up with. Not a lot of past about this team. So for Galaxia, that can also be a good factor, but that can also be a bad factor when you try and speak about the experience.
Yeah, again, I mean, no information to work with about the opposing side. No strategical advantage is going to be granted to either of these two sides. I mean, maybe Galaxia a little bit, considering they've seen these players in the past.
Yeah.
But again, back then they used to play for different teams, not together. And now we'll have to see how their new strategies are coming to fruition. In fact, how they're going to be fleshed out within this tournament itself. But again, I mean, looking at that map, Vito, I think Accelerate, there's a slight probability for a 2-0. I mean, there's still like a 40% chance for a 2-0 win in the favor of Accelerate. For Galaxia, I think they can at least walk away with the first map itself. Summit, this is where they need to try their hardest, because if they do not win on Summit, then they are definitely losing 2-0.
I'm once again expecting a steamroll from Accelerate towards Summit, but then maybe inside Search and Destroy, Galaxia can still stand a chance. And this is the classic map, Firing Range, and everyone is quite familiar with that map. And that's where Galaxia can actually put up a fight against Accelerate. The same storyline is going to continue over here too, Johnny. If the players of Accelerate are a little bit too slow on the map of Firing Range, that's where maybe Galaxia can have a chance to head back.
Well, let's see though. I mean, it is going to be an important one for both these two sides. And again, it's about that fighting chance. Either you take it in your hands in the very first map itself, or you're going to be left struggling once you move on to map number 2. We just saw Summit, we just saw Anthem to dominate this map against the players of NVT, Accelerate. They are going to look to do the same, but for them, let's see how things turn out.
Indeed, Summit is one of these OG maps, and especially the previous BO3 that we saw, the No Name, they just dominated. They stopped their competition. NVT has already been kicked outside of the upper brackets, and now they're waiting for their competition in the lower brackets itself. Is the same storyline going to follow up the players over here as well, or is Galaxia going to reply back to the No Names and hand them a reality check? Galaxia is still one of those teams that you cannot really underestimate, just like NVT. So we might just have a big surprise on the opposite side of the spectrum. But over here, Accelerate, they're quite the experienced bunch. We have seen them inside of the competitive circuit for such a long time. So for them to lose this matchup, it will be a big problem. I mean, not just for the overall competition, but even for their egos.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be an interesting battle between these two sides. And again, I mean, can be a close one, can be completely one-sided. We'll have to wait and see how things turn out. Still waiting for the match to begin. And of course, I mean, I would love to see what the new form of these players are going to look like. Because Vegas, again, as we mentioned, I mean, a few changes inside of the game. They're going to result all of them to adapt. And those adaptations are going to be quite crucial inside of this new meta. Plus, Necro, I mean, if you think about it, Accelerate, I think their goal is to eventually reach the final and take on the big dogs of the Call of Duty Mobile India circuit. So it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out right now. It gives us an idea of what Accelerate is going to look like, and right off the bat, kind of an even trade for that first hard point, but at Accelerate, they are off to the races. Xtinx, he's going to be the first one grabbing those points.
Yeah, continuing the conversation too, right? That should be a goal for a team like Accelerate as well. If they're going to set their boundaries any lower than that, then we should question this team as an entire competition, right? So Accelerate, they're quite the known faces, and in the end, their goal should be to face their opponents in much more of better stages than this. Before now, Accelerate, as they kick things off in a great note against Galaxia, they've already got so much lead. And look at the shotgun just waiting for the opponent in the corner. And Accelerate inside of the kill feed, they're all across the entire moment.
Well, they are all inside this hard point, and the choke points, the crossfires they have set up, they are working out quite nicely for them. 9 seconds remain, and Accelerate, they do not really mind giving this hard point away to the players of Galaxia, because it's their time to move on to the next one. And they're fighting for the control of the outer side, but it's going to be Galaxia again, that first frag, and Xtinx, he's going to look to find that trade, finds it as well, and instantly Accelerate again snatch that hardpoint control away from Galaxia.
Okay, that Hunter Killer drone was able to find quite a crucial value, and Galaxia once again maybe just back inside the playing field. Galaxia is able to catch the players of Accelerate when they're making that rotate, but once again they're not able to win the fights on the point, and that's where the players of Accelerate are having a big advantage. Shotguns up close and personal will of course be the one to come out on top, and Galaxia is trying their best. They're giving it all they can to try and get their points in the hands, but Accelerate is making sure that Galaxia won't even stand a chance. Johnny, the counter has been stopped on fight for such a long time for Galaxia. They need to do something, and Accelerate, they've already pulled out the war machine.
Oh, this is gonna be big. And Accelerate, they are on fire, not looking to slow down. Galaxia retaliate for a few seconds. And Xtinx, he's looking to find that kill, finds it as well. Galaxia completely shut down. One more in the back for Xtinx. There is absolutely nothing to slow this man down.
Oh
the
my
third one on
God.
the board finally gets picked off. This is so brutal, man. It's a beatdown. Every single individual from the side of Accelerate is just dominating the players of Galaxia.
And Johnny, the crazy part is Rebel was supposed to be the sub, but Rebel is actually there in the main playing 5 this time around. So that's insane if you're trying to speak of Accelerate, because Rebel was one of those players that was never supposed to be inside the main playing 5. And still Accelerate is able to dominate in such intense fashion, while the players of Galaxia, they don't even stand a chance to win the duels.
Yeah, completely one-sided. But finally, Galaxia, they are looking to move in. Man, they're moving in one by one. It's not going to work out like that. Look at this, 3 players lined up, and I think all of them are going to go down. There it is, Rebel finds that impressive usage of that score streak, and finally with Amelia as well, looking for one more. No individual from the side of Accelerate is slowing down.
Yeah.
Galaxia in so much trouble. It's 101 to 19.
The extra man is now proven out to be extraordinary. Rebel is able to get so much value done for his team, while Accelerate, with 101 points on the board, they're of course dominating through this entire hard point. The summit now seems like it's going to be in the hands of Accelerate. It does not seem like Galaxia even stands a chance. But over and over again, Galaxia, they're still at least fighting back. They're able to get the kills in their hands, but not exactly where they need to.
Oh. Vegas and Ghost still on fire. Illusion, he's just standing there in the corner, and the equalizer from Rebel, he finds that frag. He was hiding behind the rock, but Rebel, there's no way you can hide from this man right now.
Indeed, he's also pulled out the equalizer, but eventually, I'm not sure how much value he got in his hands, but as we transition towards Ghosts and his R9, he's able to find so much value on the point, and this one single man is just keeping it on a lockdown. No matter who steps in, this man will make sure that he meets his makers. And once again, Accelerate, just that one single man with the shotgun has already gifted the point in the hands of Accelerate. 137 to 27, it feels like Galaxia is not even a competition.
Well, it is one-sided, 144, 145 to 27. As you mentioned, not even a competition right now. And Accelerate, it's their name on the left side of the kill feed. On the right side, if you think about it, I mean, they are the one getting all of those kills. And Galaxia can't even slow them down. As I said, Necro Summit was the only place Galaxia stood a chance. And Accelerate, well, they're not even giving them a chance right now, just dominating this matchup. Again, it's a similar story, just like the previous one.
Indeed, Johnny. They're just accelerating through this entire map. While the players of Galaxia, all they can do is just watch them star-struck. And Galaxia right now just stuck on the 27 marker. They're not even able to win the trades, Johnny, and that's what the real problem is. While you're trying to compare the entire playstyle towards Accelerate is much more better when it comes to that trading game. They're always able to get the trade for their teammates. Claw being pulled out by the player, and that's where, once again, the players of Accelerate will be at a big advantage.
Well, one more. And they have it in the back, 200, almost hitting the 200-point marker. There it is. This is the last 50 points, and Galaxia struggling to reach even 30. This is not what I imagined, to be honest. I imagined a little bit closer matchup between these two sides. The next hard point is there, right in front of their eyes, and the players of Accelerate are moving in for that control. Oh no, lucky for that man from Galaxia. The Sparrow did not connect, and he was able to find that frag. Shut down the streak,
hold on.
Here it comes, and he's going to find a double kill off of that.
Yeah, the Predator missile as well is able to find so much value. This man is getting multi-kills after multi-kills, even War Machines pulled out. Accelerate. They're proving the opponents unparalleled. As the players of Galaxia, all they can do is just stand still and watch what exactly is happening with them. 222. One-sided is going to be an understatement for this competition. As Accelerate, they're just mowing the lawns. They're just cleaning the floor with the bodies of Galaxia.
Well, let's see. They are, in fact, about to close out this game, 237, 238. It's almost the last 10 points remaining for the side of Accelerate. And again, just finding those frags one after the other. Galaxia not even able to retaliate, not even able to react to this for a single second. Just one-sided, completely one-sided. There it is, the last point secured, and accelerating
Oh my God.
towards the win. Just like we expected, to be honest.
Exactly, Johnny, but still, this one-sided, I at least expected Galaxia to cross that 150 marker. But in the end, that was not even the case. Galaxia was stuck on that 33 marker for such a long time. They only got 33 points till the end of that summit. It's really hard for me to believe what just happened in front of our screens, but I'm going to let that slide because Search and Destroy is going to be the upcoming one. If we keep on talking the same thing over and over again, it's going to be a little bit unfortunate thing for Galaxia, and that might just not be a good thing for the players.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be good for them at all, as you mentioned. But I think one thing they need to try and do right now is to try and redeem themselves on Search and Destroy, as we talked about it. Otherwise, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. But again, I mean, Accelerate, this is what we expected, right? This is what we wanted to see. Extinct, Ghost in their best form right now. Vegas as well. There's absolutely no way they were able to. They were going to be slowed down. And Rebel. They made Rebel play in this one, by the way. They have registered this guy as a sub for the team. I don't know why.
Exactly, as I mentioned too, right? I mean, Accelerate wasn't even playing with their main playing 5, and Rebel was the one playing there. But still, somehow, Rebel was an absolute demon in that previous game.
Yeah.
He was getting so much done for his team, even with the operator skills. He was getting so much value. Rebel was an all-rounder in that first map.
Of course, and again, I mean, a lot of difference between the two sides. You can see the difference in the firepower. You could see the difference in their strategy as well. The setups, once they got control of the hard point, they would not overextend. They would just set up crossfire and mark and choke those entry points. Just make sure that the players of Galaxia was forced into their crosshairs. And once they knew they had a big advantage inside of those firefights, that is when they just went all in, man. That is when they got hyper aggressive, just taking fights outside of those hard points, taking fights very proactively and not really allowing the players of Galaxia to breathe.
I'm just speechless after watching these highlights, Johnny. I mean, you cannot really say a lot after that, right? If you try and say anything, it's just going to be demeaning to the players of Galaxia, but that's not what we exactly mean. Galaxia has been rolled by the players of Accelerate, with 250 and 33 being the scoreline at the end of that first map. You've also got Revel, who's going to be the one to top the charts with 33 kills and 12 deaths. Revel was an absolute devil.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. I mean, do you think this is going to be a little bit of a heartbreak and a break in the morale of the players of Galaxia? Because, I mean, as we saw, not even able to reach the 40-point marker, struggling in the mid-30s, the side of Galaxia, and now they have to play Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a little bit problematic for their mindset in the upcoming map of Search and Destroy. But still, considering it is Search and Destroy, and we have seen a lot of those comebacks happen as well from this game mode,
yeah,
there's a big chance maybe Galaxia can still pull things back in their court. Is also if the players do not play it seriously. I'm talking about Accelerate. If they still get a little bit overconfident in the upcoming matchup and they start pulling off some weird shenanigans, that's where maybe the opponents can have a chance to make the comeback. But if Accelerate is playing seriously off the rip, then Galaxia, good luck.
I mean, is there any doubt left that that wasn't serious? Did you realize what we just saw? That was completely one-sided, man. I think these men are serious. I don't think they're gonna let Galaxia or give Galaxia a single opportunity to make a comeback. Unlike Anthem, of course. Anthem for some reason was taking things extremely lightly today, but I don't think Accelerate is gonna do that. I think they're just gonna look to close this game out with a quick 2-0.
That's what I'm exactly saying, dude, right? I mean, Anthem, in the first map of Summit that they played, they were super serious on that hard point, so that's why they just steamrolled the competition.
Yeah,
but as they moved on towards Search and Destroy, off the rip, they were pulling off some weird shenanigans. They were not really taking the game that serious. But then later on, as they were getting hit by reality over and over again, Anthem started to tighten things up and started taking things much more serious. If the same things happened with Accelerate, then maybe Galaxia will stand a chance. If Accelerate is playing off the rip, quite aggressive, quite dominant, then Galaxia, good luck.
Necro, I disagree with you on that. I think it's going to be a quick 2-0. I just remembered what map it was. It's firing range, man.
Well, I mean, you can also take a look at it as an advantage even for Galaxia, considering it's the OG map, right?
Yeah, the problem with OG maps is that the better players know how to play that map better. That's the problem. And that's going to be a big problem for the side of Galaxia. But hey, what you said can actually happen as well if Accelerate get 2 leads with the side of Galaxia, then they can lose it. But Rebel kicks things off. He finds the frag. Galaxia with 2 for a trade. And now G-Shots, he's going to be stuck in a corner, but he finds 2. A big play comes in. And again, it's going to be Accelerate leading the charge in this game. 2 versus 3, they have the upper hand.
Exactly. I mean, Accelerate, once again, having the man advantage of 3-on-2. It's going to be on the way. Vegas goes 10 G-Shots. While Luxia and Disparity are going to be the 2 remaining players in the hands of Galaxia. And these 2 players now left to pull off the impossible against the 3 men of Accelerate. While Accelerate, they seem pretty on point today. They're not even missing any shots this time around. And here comes the first peek. Luxia spots out the man. The first shot is now going to miss. And every single shot that you keep on missing, it's going to keep on hurting you in the longest run. But Luxia eventually finds the strike as he takes the man down. But here comes the wrap-up from Accelerate. Ghost all the way from the back is also going to find the deal sealer.
Oh, that's going to be a big one. Accelerate get themselves on the board, but picking off Vegas over there, Luxia, I think that was a big moment for him. But let's see, it's just the first round, and Accelerate, they find themselves the opening round on that defensive side as well. I think both the teams, and especially Accelerate, they are going to look to dominate on the attacking side, so defense is where they struggle. But this time around, oh, the crosshair lines up. Ghost, he could have gone big over there.
They could have gone big. Fury, once again, is now looking to take the charge in his own hands, but Revel, as he finds Disparity, it's going to put the players of Galaxia in a big state of discomfort. 4-on-4 on the board. Nothing really critical happening on the board, but as I say so, Accelerate once again, Accelerate through this round, as they're going to find the man disadvantage. And while you talk about the man disadvantage, it's going to be in the hands of Galaxia for now. A 2-on-1, Johnny.
Well, let's see. 2-on-1, Fury. He's stuck in a corner. Can't really do much right now. Extinct and Ghost, they are out on a hunt. Look at them. There's a circling round from B to A. Checking mid as well. And Fury needs to be extremely careful. He's switching things up, switching back towards that B side. But we all know in a situation like this, the defenders, they have the advantage. They can move in together for the retake, and all they have to do is just trade each other out.
Here comes the plant, Johnny. As the bomb's going to be planted towards B. Fury now is going to be faced off with 2 players of Accelerate. And once again, the team play, Johnny, is just much more better from the side of Accelerate. They know how to exactly get each other straight. They've got each other's backs, and that's where Galaxia is sort of failing.
Exactly. I mean, our expectations of Accelerate taking things too lightly in Search and Destroy, I think Necro, that's not what's happening. They are extremely serious. Because again, as you mentioned, they had each other's backs. The first man, he tanked a little bit of damage, instantly just slid in, and the other man was able to find the shutdown on towards the last surviving player from the side of Galaxia. This time again, it's going to be Vegas and G-Shot to find the opening frag. They're looking for the third.
Okay.
And it's going to be a complete whitewash over here. Fury is the last man surviving in a 1v5. Can he find a single frag? The answer is no. A clean round coming in at 3-0. Great start for the side of Accelerate.
Accelerate just mopped the floor with the bodies of Galaxia. And Accelerate's on the defense, by the way, Johnny, and still they're playing it so aggressive. I mean, if you're someone that's just tuning inside of the stream, you would think that maybe Accelerate's on the offense, but no, that's not the case. They're just playing it so aggressive on the defense that they're not letting the opponents think through, even on their attack. And now this time around, at least they found a little bit of that shutdown. Here comes the Odin from Ghost, and he's able to find the first, but unfortunately the second one gets denied. And finally, Galaxia gets around on the board. Okay, maybe now Accelerate's starting to get a little bit overconfident.
Well, let's see. I mean, a little overconfident. They still have the upper hand, though. They still have a 2-round advantage. Oh, look at the amount of utilities exchange. And again, it's going to be Galaxia somehow finding those frags, but Illusion is the last man surviving. Can't really do much from this position as well. The bomb is dropped. He finds the first, looking for the second, gets picked off. Man, the bomb drop was the worst thing that could have happened to him right now.
Indeed. But yeah, as usual, it is Accelerate just running through and stomping the competition, as Galaxia just getting that 1 round in the hands. And I'm not even sure what Galaxia can do to try and redeem themselves, but if the same things keep on happening over and over again, one thing is for sure, that Galaxia, the struggles will be never-ending. Galaxia needs to find a cure to this disease. As now, once again, the aggression from Accelerate, it's going to pan out well for them. Look at the amount of space they've found, and Revel is already on the aggressive side of things. He's already found the first man. Illusion's taken down. This Fnac in the hand is going to cause a little bit of more troubles, and here comes the backup. And here's a two-piece from Revel. This man single-handedly has struck down 3 players, and he's still cooking in the game.
And he wants to cook a little bit more disparity. He's going to move in from the back, gets shut down. And it's going to be Ghost this time who finds the final frag. 5-1. Accelerate dominating, but now comes the side switch. And this is where things just go from bad to worse for Galaxia, because Accelerate, now they get to play with their numbers altogether.
Indeed, too. Finally on the attack, Accelerate's now going to showcase what they're capable of. The aggression's going to be on point. And look at the players. The rounds just started, and they're already on the opposition spawn. What am I even watching, Johnny? Accelerate. Now, this is what you call sticking to your name and accelerating through the entire map. They're just cruising through the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely cruising through. This is a speed run for them at this time around in this map. Just one last man remaining, and he is the defender, of course, so he needs to be the one to come out and go for the defuse. He finds the first frag, finds 2, brings it down to a 1v1, but Ghost, he just might be able to walk away with this. He has to waste a few extra seconds. Illusion on his tail, Ghost spots him out, takes him down, and it's 6-1 right now. One more round needed for Accelerate to close out this game.
If you're Galaxia, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow. 6-1 already. Your mindset, it's going to be down the drain. It does not even matter at this point in time. Galaxia should play this round as if they've got nothing to lose now. They should give it all they've got. They've got the final chance to try and get something done, and if this final round's not going to be conquered, well then Accelerate once again. They will be the one to dominate through this entire series in quite a one-sided fashion. At least Galaxia would want to make sure that they're given a tough competition to Accelerate before they get kicked outside of the upper brackets into the lower.
Well, let's see. This time, at least, they have the upper hand. They had the man advantage for a few seconds. G-Shots trades it out, though Lakshay goes down. 3 versus 2.
Oh!
Bomb planted and goes! Ooh, that was a nasty shot.
It indeed was a quick flick on that player, and look at what's happening. A melee to end things off, and that's going to be extinct. So you called assault on top of the wounds. I call that the perfect ending, Johnny. Accelerate.
Yeah.
They completely stomped through their competition as they nailed this entire series in a 2-0 fashion. What a dominating run this was for Accelerate.
Yeah, that was dominating, man. That whole series took about 15 minutes in total, including both the 2 modes. Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, by the way. It was something
if it was a BO5, we would have seen Control as well in play, and maybe it would have been 20 minutes max. I don't think it would have been more than that.
That was a speed run, man. That was a speed run indeed. And again, I think during the match you mentioned mindset being broken. I think Galaxia's mindset was broken after that hardpoint game on Summit. That was completely one-sided, and I think once they showed up into the Search and Destroy, the only thing that could have saved them or brought them back was securing the first round win, or at least one of the first 2 or 3 rounds on that attacking side. But that didn't happen. Accelerate was dominating when they were on defense. We knew they would be able to close out very easily once they switched on attack, and that is exactly what happened.
I mean, the first score was 33-250 in hardpoint. And then towards Search and Destroy, it was 1-7. I mean, what else do you want me to say? I do want to speak a little bit more on this thing, but it would just be a little bit too mean for the players of Galaxia, so we are just going to keep that aside, and we're just going to move on and look at the stats, because that's something that's going to matter a lot. Because one thing is for sure, Revel, a man who was supposed to be the substitute, this man was now in the playing 5, and he was doing wonders for the team.
Yeah, I know what to say, Necro, for Galaxia, though. I mean, they can hope for the best in the lower bracket. That is still there, right? I mean, they did 2-0 their competition in the lower bracket to show up for this Open Finals upper bracket round, and they haven't been eliminated from the tournament yet, so you never know. Maybe, hopefully they can make a comeback. But looking at how things went down right now, I think even that is going to be a big challenge.
I mean, so far we've got 2 teams in the lower brackets, right? And Galaxia is one of them. So soon enough, we're also going to have another matchup roll up on the screen. But yeah, I would like to speak a little bit more about Revel, man. I mean, I thought he's going to be the one to be the substitute. I did not think we're going to see this man in action. But generally speaking, in Hardpoint, he was the main playmaker for his team. He was the one who got the most amount of eliminations on the board as well. And you move on towards Search and Destroy as well. He was the one who had the most amount of kills too. So he was the one who was destroying the competition in quite a great fashion. I'm not sure the most amount of kills in Search and Destroy, but he was definitely one to lead the pack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Revel was absolutely phenomenal again in this game. And I don't know. I mean, is he the sub for this team or is he in the main playing 5? I think that is the question we need to confirm a little bit of information on that, because I think if this man plays like this, there is no way he's going to be a sub for the team.
I know,
it has to
right?
be someone else.
I mean, he was doing insanely well. But yeah, we've got the stats board on the screen, and Vegas, Extinct, Shots, Revel, Ghost. I mean, of course, Revel getting 7 kills. You've also got Ghost on 13. You've got G-Shots on 8. So in general, Accelerate, once again, as usual, sticking to their name, standing true to their name. This is what the lineup is supposed to do. This is what they're doing as well, and we expect them to dominate in such a great fashion. As you mentioned, their dream is probably the one to be against some of the best teams in the international lobbies, and that's what they're here to pretty much do.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the goal, right, to get to the international stage. But before doing that, I think for Accelerate, since we know the history of these players, again, I think their main task is going to be to take down both Vitality and Godlike. That's what they're hoping to do. That's what they're hoping to do with this season of Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile, right? If they can do that, then I think glory awaits them. They could be the next big faces, and if they continue to play like this, I think they are going to be the next big faces of Call of Duty Mobile in India. These players right now, and specifically this team put together, they're looking very good. But I want to see them against a better team, to be honest.
Exactly, man. Only a few teams have been able to accomplish the dreams of facing off some of the best teams in the international lobbies, and maybe this Accelerate team can also be one of those if they keep on playing the same way and keep on dominating through the competition. But for Accelerate, the competition from here on out is going to get even more tougher. It's not going to get easy. You're facing off against some of the unknown names for now, but imagine when you're facing off against teams like Godlike, teams like Vitality. It is definitely going to be quite a tough pill to swallow. We might just see Accelerate lose out on the matches as well.
Exactly. I think it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out for them in the future. First and foremost, I think Accelerate against Anthem. That is a match that I want to see right now. That is going to be the series that excites me the most. But again, we are going to have to wait for a different day to watch them in action. But Necro, 2 matches done and dusted, 2 more remain. And the next one, I don't think that's going to be one-sided at all. It's time to pound against EXO.
Oh, Johnny, it's quite a tough one, man. I mean, for time to pound as well. Speaking of this team, they've also got quite the veterans inside of the playing lineup, right? I mean, for time to pound, you've got Master, who used to be part of TWOB in the past. You've also got Abyss being the IGL, and Abyss has been such a good player, especially if you're trying to speak about the track record. He's been quite a phenomenal player, too. Progressive, he's been part of such great lineups, and he's also been a part of Autobots in the past. And if you remember, Johnny, the past Autobots, they were dominating through the competition.
Exactly, but then again, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out for these sides again. And as we mentioned, the next match as well, it's going to be intense. But before we move on to the next game, we're going to take a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
In the office, if you give it half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gonna have you out here really guarded. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all the adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, it's all good.
Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
So excited, tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. You knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. Take it back.
After witnessing the first two one-sided affairs, now all you can do is sit down and hope that maybe this one's going to be a little bit closer one and interesting. EXO versus T2P, which is going to be time to pound. And Johnny, speaking of time to pound as well, right? They've messed up big times in the past as well. They messed up once big time in the World Cup itself, but they still decided to stick together. Now let's see how well they're able to pound their opponents.
Exactly, but again, I think, as you mentioned, I think this one is going to be a close set of affair between the two sides, because again, you look at the players individually, the players of EXO. Yes, they might not have been in the competitive circuit for a long time, but they played together for a long time, and sometimes that synergy can be the key difference maker between you winning and you taking a complete thrashing against the opposing player. But that's a problem, right? The players from Time to Pound, individually, they are exceptional. I mean, Master himself alone is going to be the name that can make players shake in their boots, right? But you combine that with the best, you combine that with players like Griffin, Random, Progressive. This team turns into a whole other monster. But still, I mean, unlike the first two matches, I'm expecting this one to at least be a 2-1.
But here's the thing, right? Unlike the first two matches, the stacked teams, over here, Time to Pound is going to be another stacked team. You talk about Progressive and Random. They used to be part of Autobots in the past. You talk about Master and Abyss. Even they used to be part of quite the known organizations. Master himself used to be part of such a glorified lineup called TWOB. So in my opinion, Time to Pound is quite stacked up. Now, if you try and compare them towards EXO, I would still say these guys are quite the underdogs, but they have been playing for a long time with each other. So you can expect a better team synergy.
Exactly, and again, as I mentioned before, right, that synergy, that can be the difference maker for the side of EXO. If they can just based off the communication, just take out trades, get each other's frags, and do not give free frags to the players of Time to Pound, especially in Search and Destroy. That can give them a few extra rounds, and that can help them equalize the scoreline. But again, it all starts from Hardpoint, and I would love to see what the map pick for Hardpoint is going to be. So I think that is also going to be important. But again, I think if you talk about the matchup on paper, I think Hardpoint doesn't really matter which map gets picked. Time to Pound will walk away with that first game mode.
Probably, man. That's what we all are probably hoping for, and that's what we all think as well. But maybe we can't be surprised, and we all open for those as well. Time to Pound's roster on the screen: Abyss, Master, Random, Progressive, and Griffin. We have seen these guys play off against the opponents for such a long time. This lineup has been there inside of the competitive scene for such a long time. So you can say it's quite the stacked one and quite the experienced one. While they're going to face off against Team EXO, for Team EXO, this might just be a wild ride, but I hope they're buckled up.
Yeah, I hope they're buckled up too. It's going to be an intense one for the side of EXO. Let's have a look at the roster as well, as we talked about them. I mean, new players on the circuit, but they've been playing with each other for a long time. You have Abhi, Zayn, Contra, Wasim, and Vibes. And again, not a lot of experience in terms of playing at the top tier of Call of Duty Mobile in India. And yet, we talk about that one thing within a team, synergy. It is the most important thing. If these players are in sync with each other, then you never know. They can take on the players of Time to Pound right now and come out on top as well.
Maybe they can. I mean, Team EXO, as I mentioned, yes, they are the underdogs, but they have been playing in the competitive scene for a long time. They've got the experience as well, not exactly as much as the players of Time to Pound, but still, it's quite a decent one. And as I mentioned, we are, of course, going to be open for surprises too. Soon enough, even the map video is going to be on the screen and inside of the hard point. Usually the team that is going to have the hardest mindset, they're probably going to be the one to come through. And I genuinely think so over here. Time to Pound is going to be the one to start things off on a great note.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is going to happen. Time to Pound, I think, again, considering Hardpoint, it's a very default mode. And I think based on the trend that we have seen from the first two matches, I am expecting another Summit being picked for this first mode as well. And if that happens, Time to Pound, yeah, it is going to be their game. But it, again, will come down to Search and Destroy. That is where I feel EXO will have a big opportunity to equalize the scoreboard. And if by some miracle EXO do end up winning on the first mode of Hardpoint, then they will have an opportunity to actually take the series away from Time to Pound completely.
I would love to see an Hacienda as well. Maybe that can be quite a fun map to witness too, because It's been a long time since I've seen that map in action as well. Even Summit, yes, it's quite the OG map, it's quite the classic map, but I've already seen that map twice being played, and both the competitions that we've seen so far, they've been absolutely one-sided. The first one was okay maybe, but the second one was 33 to 250. That's not even a competition for the opposing team. So this time around, I want to see Time to Pound at least receiving some sort of a blowback, some sort of a destruction level upon themselves. But let's move on towards the map veto itself, and let's see which are going to be the picks from these two teams. As Hacienda is going to be picked by T2P. Johnny, finally, I had to talk about this, and yes, Johnny, we are going to see Hacienda in action.
Exactly. Finally, something different from that summit, right? And Hacienda is actually interesting. Hacienda, a lot more tactical opportunities available, especially for that first fountain hard point, because there's that balcony, right? And you have a lot of crossfires to avoid. So that balcony becomes a very critical control point for both the sides, especially for that first hard point. Search and destroy on Korohana Metropolis, again picked by EXO. But I think this is just, again, going to be one of whoever controls the momentum in the first map will probably try to close it out on the second as well. If we, by any chance, get to see Raid on this one, which is going to be for the third mode control, then things can get very interesting. That is, again, going to be a 50-50. But, again, Hacienda, very interesting choice. And it's going to be interesting to see Time to Pound. They are the ones who have picked this. Can they dominate on Hacienda? Again, experience does come in handy when you're playing very difficult maps, and Hacienda, I feel personally, is kind of a difficult map.
Yeah, indeed it is, man. As you mentioned, team play is going to be really important, especially towards that found point, right? If you got the high ground advantage towards the balcony, you can be the one to get so many kills in your hands towards the fountain. Now, that's where the real team play comes into play. A few players can be downstairs towards the fountain, while the few players can be on the top towards balcony, but Hacienda is still something that's going to require so much of that map awareness, and at the end of the day, team synergy is something that can bring you that map awareness, and intel as well is really necessary. So Hacienda is going to be an interesting mix to the pool. Now, the first two summit that we saw, they were completely one-sided, but maybe this time, Johnny, EXO can put up a great fight.
Yeah, I mean, we are hoping EXO puts up a great fight. We are hoping that this series goes on till the very end. But let's see. I mean, it's down to these teams and just starts figuring out, are they prepared for each other right now? And again, I think in this match, one key difference will be, as you mentioned, I think Time to Pound will have at least a slight idea of what EXO plays like. So I think they are going to be a little bit more prepared. But then again, preparation or lack of preparation did not seem to matter in the first two matches. So how is it going to be a difference maker in this one? Now that I think about it, that's the question I'm asking myself, man.
I mean, keep this thing in mind too, right? No matter how these teams play inside of the scrim, that's never going to be the actual way they play in an actual competition. It's completely different. So one thing is for sure, if you're going to try to use that scrim's data in your actual games, then that's going to be a little bit problematic because something unexpected will happen and that will catch you off guard. And that's what usually these teams try to do. They never play with their proper game style inside of scrims. They're never too serious in scrims. They try to bring in something new. They try to experiment. And that's where maybe things can be switched up a little bit for Team EXO. While you try and speak of Team EXO, they have been watching the players of Time to Pound for such a long time. So there's enough data available for them to research.
Exactly. I think that research data is going to be important. But right now, I think even if individually the players of EXO start to pop off, I think that can be enough for them to actually walk away with two of these modes. Again, you do not really need to win anything. If you win on hardpoint, then search and destroy, you just have to try and control the pace of the game, try and find those initial frags, and then from there it's just about getting those trades to secure the win inside of those rounds. And do not let the momentum slip away. Hardpoint is going to be the most important thing, and again, individually the players of EXO need to outperform the players of Time to Pound, because again, players that are used to playing in a team setting at the highest level will have a much easier time gelling up together. The communication is going to be refined from the start, and that is going to be the big challenge for EXO to beat right now.
I mean, for EXO, the big challenge is also going to be the mindset itself, Johnny, because overcoming the thoughts that are currently going through your head, overcoming all the demons that are currently going in your mind, self-doubting yourself and your potential that you can have inside of the games. There's so many aspects that can come through inside of the playstyle. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. On the opposite side of the break will be the matchup between these two.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
coming up.
Take it back. You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it savage love, just till I had enough. I'm good, baby. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. Even this with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the money we made, got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye.
me major leaguers in the office. If you give it half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have a ride. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised.
By the way, beauty को क्या नाम कामयाब?
Through all adversity, I saw them right now at the problem. We'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all right. It's all good.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, Time to Pound is waiting to be unleashed against the players of Team XO. Johnny, as we know, the first game is going to be Hacienda, where Time to Pound will be unleashed. Now, do you genuinely think it's going to be a one-sided affair on Hacienda?
I don't think so. I think both the teams are equally strong right now, and Hacienda, again, it's a complicated map, so because of that, EXO will also have an opportunity to strike back. And again, Time to Pound, it is going to be interesting to see how these players pair up against each other. Waiting for the action to begin right now between these two sides. But no matter what happens on map 1, I think as far as the overall series go, this is going to be a close one. The first two have been completely one-sided, but not anymore.
I genuinely think so, though. Hacienda is going to be one-sided in the favor of Time to Pound. That's what I think so. Because considering it is going to be the first game, of course, for their opponents, they're pretty much going to be self-doubting themselves. You talk about the first game jitters, and that might just kick in for their opponents. So that's where Time to Pound can actually have the big advantage.
It can be, I mean, what you said, it can actually happen. I mean,
yeah.
As you mentioned, the first game jitters, they can kick in, especially when you go up against a team like Time to Pound. You look at them on paper and they seem really strong. You are going to be a little bit scared from them. And EXO, even if for a second they start doubting themselves, then Time to Pound, well, they're not going to give them a second to breathe.
Exactly. They will instantly start pounding him down. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game 1 is now going to be booting up on the screen of this series. Hacienda is there booting up on the screen. Johnny, Time to Pound might just be the one to run away with the victory, but if Team XO, they're able to conquer their demons in the mind, they might just be the one to actually give a tough fight to the players of Time to Pound. But let's see what's going to happen as we roll up the first game.
It is going to be Time to Pound indeed in game 1 itself, as you mentioned, but let's see, game 1 about to begin in just a few short seconds. Both these teams just ready to go up against each other, and here we go. Finally, the action commences, and it is going to be a fight for the fountain, the first hard point. It's going to be the most important one for this game, and look at that, instantly fighting for the control of the balcony.
Exactly. You talk about Time to Pound as well. I mean, they've already gotten 2 points. Proactive control taken in the hands, but just 2 points. They're not going to mean anything. But here we go. Now the points close back in the hands of Time to Pound. But even the players of Team X are not that far behind. Even they're getting so many kills in their hands. Shiloh was able to fight 2 strikes. Abyss and Griffin taken down, but you cannot overrule the players of Time to Pound for too long. Time to Pound, once again, they unleash themselves. They unleash their wrath against the players of Team XO.
Oh, it's going to be interesting right now. EXO, they retaliate, and we see EXO with the upper hand. They have control of the hard point, the smack center, all theirs, and it's all done by Shyla as well, who's been performing very well in the starting few stages of the game. But Time to Pound, they retaliate, they equalize again, and again, as we expected, Necro, it turns out, at least at the initial start, this is turning out to be a close battle between the two sides.
And indeed is 17-18. I mean, you talk about 20-15 now. Time to Pound. They've lost the lead that they had off the rip, and that's where the big advantage is now going to be in the hands of Team XO. It's not exactly too big, but still, this is where Team XO can actually find the demons that they were. And now for the players of Time to Pound, it is going to be a tough hill to overcome through.
It is definitely going to be a tough battle for them. And time to pound though, the crossfire inside of the garage working out in their favor. The staircase is going to be blocked, but finally Abyss barely made it through. Master as well shut down. Griffin tries to move in and he's going to be picked off, but Abhi, he gets taken out. Shyla now looking for that retake, a close fight, but now the garage control in the hands of Time to Pound, and this time they do not want to give this away, but no! All of them instantly shut down, just barely managing to hold on. Time to Pound, I mean, they are struggling just a bit, and EXO as well putting up a very tough fight in this game.
Time to Pound is now running away with the advantage, Johnny, and that's the real problem for Team EXO. But as soon as we say so, even Team EXO, they get the points control back in their hands. 37-38, Time to Pound as well. They want to be a little bit more proactive, and here we go. The next point's now going to pop up soon. And already, you see the man from Team EXO there, and he's already holding off the angles.
Well, let's see the hard point switch. 1 minute on the clock again, and this raid does come in, but the players of the side of Time to Pound still managing to control this hard point. They've managed to get some distance between them and the players of EXO. And EXO, they are struggling, but the war machine goes off, and now this could be the opportunity that EXO needed for themselves.
This indeed could be, but look towards point, and now the players are starting to stack up so many kills after kills. This is where the real problems are not going to start to brew up for Team EXO, considering the big advantage is in the hands of Time to Pound, but still no one's got the points control, Johnny.
Oh, let's see. Dead, he needs to survive, but he's going to be dead as soon as we see him, and Time to Pound for the first time have a big lead to work with, almost making it to 40 points, but last 10 seconds remaining. They're going to have to switch up to the outside house point. Convo almost had that frag, but gets shut down. The trade comes in.
Oh my god.
Side of Time to Pound, and again, a 50-point lead is what they're working towards right now.
Johnny, Time to Pound is now starting to run away with the lead, 80-38 for Team EXO. This is going to be a real sweaty moment, but even for Team EXO, they're able to find a few kills, but just a few are not going to be enough. They need to be on the feet the entire time, and here comes some heavy investment from Abyss as he pulls out the claw, but unfortunately he's not able to get a lot of value through it, but still Abyss has already done so much for his team. For Team EXO, they're constantly stuck on that 38-pointer, while the players of Time to Pound, they're constantly getting the points flow.
Well, let's see, though the points are flowing in their favor, and they have a nice little advantage to work with, and we all know at some time the mode of hard point, it becomes all about momentum, and right now Time to Pound have that momentum for themselves. EXO, they are looking to shut them down. With those equalizers, they could have, but not really succeeding. Abhi does find the pick on Griffin, but Master with that 2-kill, 2 frags, definitely does control the momentum for his team, and again it's going to be Time to Pound in the driving seat of this game.
I mean, just to look at this, man. 110 on to 51 for Team EXO. Here we go, finally striking back a little bit more. Abhi and Vasim, they're on the kill feed as Abhi finds another one as well. But the Sparrow being pulled out from the side of Time to Pound, and this might just be the retaliation that we're looking for. Griffin is able to find a 2-piece of his own, Johnny.
Well, let's see though, Griffin, he's trying to fight for his life. Master from the distance, extremely low, but still survives. Dead. He's trying to hold on to the corner, finds the frag. Griffin, he's going to try and find the trade, and he does succeed as well. EXO, they had control of that hard point just for a few seconds, but still struggling. And Time to Pound with a brilliant retake for that fountain. Now in control of the game. Wasim looking to move in with that Fennec. He gets extremely close, and look at the kill feed. This time it is EXO in the driving seat. Griffin with an important kill for his team, and Time to Pound again with a quick switcheroo towards the next hard point. They are going to look to move. The players of EXO get there a little bit quicker. They are going to look to control, but Time to Pound, they are looking to pinch as well. And if the pinch, they succeed in moving in, then Time to Pound, the struggles are going to continue. They're going to make sure that the struggles continue for the side of EXO. 125 to 70. They need a 2x lead at this point inside of the game. EXO still not letting Time to Pound dominate. That was an important frag. Random out of the picture, but Griffin, he is indoors. Dead is going to be dead soon. And the next man, Shyla, moves in, finds the frag. And again, Time to Pound. This is where the struggles begin for the first time. EXO, they retaliate, and they are looking to control this hard point, but the war machine can change everything, and it does indeed. One after the other, the players of EXO, they start to fall, and Time to Pound again have the momentum of this hard point.
Oh my god, Griffin was just lighting him up on fire with that Type 91. but still, look at the kill feed. Once again, it's going to be favoring the players of Time to Pound. Yes, a little bit of a comeback was established by Team EXO, but that little bit of a comeback is not enough. Consistency is something that EXO needs, and consistency is something that EXO is also lacking at the same time. What can EXO do to try and bring themselves back in the race? Because Time to Pound, they're definitely pounding through the players of EXO, but now finally EXO, they have done the inevitable. They have took down the players of Team Time to Pound.
Well, let's see. Still a long way to go from that win, and it's not over until it's over. But EXO still struggling inside of the game. The whiff. Shyla took a long time to find that frag, and that is not something that you can do in front of the players of Time to Pound. The punish comes through. Wasim on the other side helps his team regain at least some map control, but instant trade come in, and the side of Time to Pound once again. They find those kills for themselves. The resets come through, and EXO, as soon as they move towards the out point, they get taken out. They need those score streaks right now, and without those score streaks, the retakes become close to impossible.
Exactly, Johnny. Just look at the kill feed. Now it's going to be the players of Team EXO doing quite a great job. And once again, Equalizer pulled out from Wasim as he's going to start to line up the bodies. This Equalizer is pulling off so much value. A triple kill has already been achieved by Wasim as he pulls out the Hunter Killer drone as well, but it's not going to find any value, and that's going to be a big blow. But still, for Time to Pound, they're just being completely proactive. They've already given up on that previous point as they have moved up towards the upcoming point.
Well, let's see. Oh, look at them. 172 to 113. The lead slowly and steadily being chipped away. And EXO, they can't really take their foot off the pedal right now. Already a little too far behind to make a comeback. But Time to Pound now, they are struggling. It seems like a small little slip up, and EXO, they take the advantage away.
Even the trades are now starting to happen back and forth. If you're trying to speak of EXO, they've definitely picked up the pace. You talked about the consistency, and Johnny, feels like they've definitely picked that up. They're looking quite consistent, especially on the frag board. You can see EXO is actually able to get so many kills, while Time to Pound, all they can do is just sit down and watch what exactly is happening to them. EXO now finally getting the points control in their hands, and this is exactly what EXO was lacking. EXO is now also looking much more confident with their approach against the players of Time to Pound. Before Time to Pound, they need to be a little bit more quick, but the Sparrow from Contra is going to stop the players of Time to Pound in their own tracks.
Oh, it's not going to be easy for them, but look at this, Abyss. He needs to be careful, gets taken out by Abhi. And EXO finally in the driving seat, just a mere 30 points, less than 30 points in fact is the difference. And Wasim finally goes big, he finds 2 big kills, Master shut down, Shyla finds a pace, and all of a sudden Time to Pound, they're starting to struggle.
Oh my god, what is happening? Team EXO, they're starting to gain the pace back inside of the game as the players of Time to Pound, they're getting absolutely mowed down. Time to Pound is not able to find any sort of reply. The Annihilator as well is now going to start to annihilate the opponents as he fights a double kill per random. He gets shut down eventually. Still for Team EXO though, considering they have almost nullified the lead that Time to Pound had. Now for Time to Pound, the pressure's going to be upon them.
Well, let's see though. The pressure is upon them. They had control of this game, but now they are on the back foot. And EXO, they've done a brilliant job bringing themselves back in. The next hard point again for the Fountain. And it's the off-angle plays that are working out for EXO. They aren't really fighting for the hard points directly. They're just taking down the players, providing the cover for the men, challenging the hard point. And Time to Pound, they have no answer to this strategy coming in from EXO. Finally, one of the players from the side of EXO, Time to Pound actually moves in for that hardpoint control, gets a few points away, but it's not going to be enough for sure. The claw comes out for Shyla, he needs to go big.
Yeah, even the claws pulled out as you mentioned a while ago, but here we go. Team EXO 184. Now they've finally got the points control in their hands, and Master with the War Machine. He's able to find a 2-piece, nicely done. Even Abyss is able to back him up, and even the Predator missile pulled out from Shyla. It's not going to find a lot of value, but Abyss is actually able to do so much. This one single man out towards the point is pretty much gifted the point towards Time to Pound. But look at Team EXO too. They're not too far away on the scoreboard, Johnny.
Yeah, man, EXO, they had, Time to Pound, they had a big advantage to work with, but EXO, they've gotten, and in fact, are now keeping the side of Time to Pound extremely close in check, just making sure that they do not really let the pressure go. And as long as they can maintain that, they have an opportunity to make a comeback and actually walk away with a win in this Mode 1 itself. And I feel like with how things are going out, they might actually secure the win.
They might. Johnny, for Team EXO, they've already got the lead in their hands. They've already nullified all the advantage Time to Pound had over them. And for Team EXO, all they need to do is keep up with the defense, and that's where they've been lacking slowly. Before Time to Pound, aggression needs to be on point. One single misstep, and already the advantage will be back in the hands of Team EXO. For Team EXO, they've already given up the control that they had towards the point. Before Team EXO, what's going to matter is going to be the future, and that's where Team EXO is now prioritizing. But even for the side of Time to Pound, they've realized the same thing. Time to Pound as well is being pretty proactive, as the Sparrow is being pulled out by Contra, and now Contra is starting to find a stark value, and that's really not good for Time to Pound, considering the Sparrow is able to find that two-piece, and no matter what sort of eliminations you find on the board, every single one of them will be counted.
Yeah, this skill is going to be the big difference maker. 207 to 290, Time to Pound. They have control of this hard point for themselves, and this could be one of the final ones, in fact. Getting very close to the win, but the players of EXO, they finally move in. 12 seconds remaining. They can get themselves to the equal score of Time to Pound in the next hard point. It's going to be the final one for both these two teams. An important fight coming up.
Oh, Johnny, as you mentioned, this is also going to be the final one, potentially can be the final one, but Griffin lights them both up on fire as he catches both of them off guard. This Type 19 is now starting to pull off wonders, but here comes the cover fire. Time to Pound now, once again, looking much better when it comes to that team play. And what am I watching? So many shots missed from B, but finally he recovers. As soon as he finds that two-piece, it's now looking much better for Team EXO. And Team EXO, they've already got the control towards the points. As now for Team EXO, what's going to matter is to be a little bit more proactive and take it away from the side of Time to Pound. But Master from the back lines is actually looking the master off the players of Team EXO.
Yeah, but Time to Pound, they need to hold on for their dear lives. Just the last few seconds remaining, 244, 245, and they can close out this game. 20 seconds left. EXO not really able to go for the retake. This is the last 3 points. They've stopped Time to Pound for the next few seconds, but it is going to be down to those trades. EXO, they have control of the hard point. They can get themselves the equalizer, but the players from Time to Pound, they're moving in all together. They need 3 points to close out this match. The final few seconds remaining, and it will come down again to the fountain for these two teams. Extremely close to the win, and the players of Time to Pound, before they move in, they lose their lives. The side of EXO, they have the upper hand, getting close to the hard point, but finally getting taken out. 2 players playing on the fountain itself, and the side of EXO struggling right now. 245 to 247. Who gets control early? Neither of them is giving an inch. 247 to 248.
Oh my God, Johnny, 249.
249, just single point away, and finally
oh
they
my
close it
God.
out. That was so close, man. What a close game.
Such an intense matchup, Team EXO versus Time to Pound. The only reason why Time to Pound was actually able to come out on top in later phases was because Master, this one single man with that flank that he came through with the war machine that he had in his hands, he was actually able to find a decent amount of value. And then later on, the point shifted towards the fountain, and that's where the decider came into play. But still, for Team EXO as well, they got so close to almost winning that entire hard point, but in the end, it was Time to Pound to once again snatch it away from their opponents.
Yeah, hey man, I'm gonna be honest, I forgot to breathe there for a second towards the end. That was so close. It got to 247, 248. I mean, what a close game between these two sides, and I feel so bad for EXO. They got so close to winning it, and towards the end, just a single player just popping off, just closing out the match. But Time to Pound, I have to say, they got lucky, man. That slip-up was intense, and EXO almost made them eat the dust.
Yeah, you got to give it to EXO, man. With the way things panned out for them, I generally thought that EXO is not going to be able to keep up with the intensity that Time to Pound's going to bring up on the board. But no, that was not the case. EXO at the start was definitely choking. Don't get me wrong, because as I spoke about the early game jitters, that's what was happening to EXO. But then later on, as the time kept on passing away inside of the game, EXO realized that okay, the opponents are not that strong. We can actually do this, and that's where EXO started to gain the confidence and the momentum back in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I mean, it was an impressive performance coming in from EXO. But hey, looking at this hard point and how things went down in this first mode itself, it leads me to believe that this series, I think we might get to see control after all. Necro waiting all this day. But let's have a look at the highlights as well. I mean, this was something else, this first match.
It indeed was, Johnny. It was so close every single time towards the point. I generally thought that the team play was a little bit better, especially initially from the side of Time to Pound. But then later on, with the way the trades were being offered, even from the side of Team EXO, man, it was a valiant effort indeed. just in the end, it was down to a few seconds, and those few seconds actually favored the players of Time to Pound, and they got the edge, and that's why they came out on top. But still, for Time to Pound, it is going to be a big sign of concern, considering it is supposed to be stacked lineup, still struggling against EXO. Now that's going to be a reality check.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out now, though. I mean, a reality check indeed, but next is Search and Destroy. And again, Search and Destroy, more about tactics, less about firepower. Of course, you have the ranked strategy of everyone running in together and just utilizing the pressure of having the numbers advantage on that attacking side if you can find the initial frag. But then again, I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
Match summary on the screen. Johnny, and Shyla is going to be the one with 47 kills on the board. For Team EXO, Shyla was definitely the main playmaker, but you cannot take it away from Contra and a B2. 42 points individually on the board. While you try and move on towards Time to Pound, it was Master with 48. As I mentioned, Master was the man who was able to put up some crucial value on the board for his team, and that's one of the main reasons why actually Team Time to Pound was the one to come out on top initially in this entire hardpoint. Now, Master with that wraparound that he came through in the outskirts, that was big. Pulled out the War Machine, he got the few extra quintessential frags for his team. As the point now shifted towards the fountain area, Master was still doing a lot of that work.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, Master has always been impressive. I mean, even you look at his history, TWOB as well, back in the days, I mean, it was an impressive performance. He's always been one of the most consistent players, no matter which team he plays for, and I think he is going to be the big man leading the charge for the side of Time to Pound right now as well. And again, I mean, that exactly playing how we expected him to. But again, it's about being a little bit more consistent. And again, just like the previous few teams we've witnessed, the goal for this team as well is to take on the Giants in the form of Vitality and the side of Godlike right now. But let's see how far do they make it. It's not going to be an easy journey. And especially, it's not going to be an easy matchup as well. Now I believe EXO will take us to the third game. I keep saying it again and again, and I believe they are going to take the map off Hardpoint.
I'm still going to stick to my word, Johnny. I think so. It is going to be a quick 2-0. It's out of Search and Destroy as well. Now that Time to Pound, they've received a big reality check in Hardpoint itself. One thing is for sure, in the upcoming Search and Destroy, Time to Pound is now going to take it super serious. Yes, we might just see a really close Search and Destroy, potentially an OT, but I generally think so it might just be Time to Pound taking it away.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I mean, we won't really know what the result is going to be like until the game begins, actually, because I mean, while we expected the first mode itself to be a complete one-sided one, EXO had different plans, and we're glad they had different plans, right? I mean, now the series has gotten more exciting than when we were first talking about this matchup. And again, EXO, they have a lot of potential. That is what they've showcased in this game, because they made sure that Time to Pound was pushed to their limits, which I think even Time to Pound did not expect, because once EXO started making a comeback inside of this game, it felt like Time to Pound was lost for a few seconds.
Oh, they indeed were. They were not able to find any sort of pace inside of the frags as well. You look at the kill feed, it was just the players of EXO going all across, while the players of Time to Pound, they were not able to find any sort of momentum in their hands. They were not able to find even a single frag. But then later on, slowly and steadily, Time to Pound as well, maybe they caught their breath. They realized the fact that, okay, yes, we are losing the points, but still know the fact that we are quite the stacked ones. We are the one who the odds are now currently favoring. So Time to Pound, they were supposed to come out on top. They did come out on top, but the struggles that they faced early on, I generally think so in the later run, that's going to help them so much.
Exactly. They are. It might just be able to help them out, at least for the next few matches, at least. I mean, let's see. Because again, I mean, the moment I start thinking about Search and Destroy, it's all about, all right, individually, the players, it seems like, are a little bit more evenly matched from the two sides. And again, as far as tactics go, on paper, Time to Pound comes out to be the stronger team just because they have a little bit more experience on them. But again, for Search and Destroy, it's that one big difference. First, you're playing on attack, then you're playing on defense. On defense, your numbers are going to be split up, so a few individuals are going to be forced to handle the pressure on one bomb site completely solo. Who do you put down mid? Who is going to be the man splitting down the map? That man is going to be a key player as well, relaying information to both the side defenders. And of course, if they can find the opening, that's going to be the best case scenario. So all of these variables just throw the calculation out the window. And I think once the game begins, that is when it is going to come down to, I mean, the perfect example for this is going to be the first series we witnessed, right? A comeback win. from Anthem. Not really expected that to happen with how the search and destroy mode began, but hey, it is the tactics from Anthem that made them, or actually helped them, secure the win in that opening series. Again, time to pound. Do not take things lightly. I think that is the lesson they have learned on how to take things lightly. If you underestimate EXO even for a split second, well, I guess we are going to see you on control then.
I mean, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes as well, right? I mean, you never know what exactly is happening with the players at Time to Pound as well. But, Johnny, you brought up Team Anthem and their game, right, towards Search and Destroy. And even that map was Kurohana. And once again, we are going to move in towards Kurohana. The previous Kurohana was way too close. And there's a high chance this Kurohana as well is going to be pretty much a close affair. Now, for Team EXO, considering we are going to move in towards the Search and Destroy, it might just be a little bit of a disadvantage because this is exactly the breather that the players, that their opponents needed. And now that they've got the breather towards this entire moment, towards S&D, I genuinely think so it is going to be such a slow affair in S&D.
Yeah, it can be. I think it is definitely going to be a slow affair. But as you mentioned, I mean, Time to Pound getting that breather for themselves, I think. And also they have learned their lesson. Like, all right, guys, we need to be extremely serious about this matchup. So they might just go all in into this upcoming game of Search and Destroy. And they actually start to try hard, then it's going to be very interesting to see how does EXO react. What do their strategies look like? I mean, once again, I mean, with that Anthem matchup, I think you might have gotten a slight idea of what needs to be done. How do you play around the center? How do you try to pinch onto those bomb sites? And where do you place that sniper? How do you set up crossfires? I think a few observations are definitely going to be made by these. How do you put them into action? That is going to be a big question because you do not have a lot of time to come up with a game plan.
And on paper as well, right? If you're trying to speak of Time to Pound, they've got better team synergy. They have been with each other for such a long time. While you try and compare the entire team synergy and communication towards the players of Team EXO, they might just be lacking a little bit because it's still an undergod team. We haven't really seen a lot about Team EXO, so still on paper, Time to Pound is supposed to be the one to prevail towards Search and Destroy because just of their team synergy, it's going to be much more better. Now, if you talk about team synergy itself, imagine the amount of vital information that you're going to get, especially inside of Search and Destroy. If you're going to have fluid communication, even the map awareness is going to be on point. You can try and pull off so many off plays as well. You can catch your opponents off guard. You can get so many set plays done. As you mentioned, even the crossfire, they require a lot of communication. And if you're talking about communication, Intel's not going to be a problem.
Exactly. I mean, if there is proper communication, as you mentioned, Intel is not going to be a problem for sure. But let us see how this game actually turns out. I mean, we can speculate all we want before the game actually begins. But once the action begins, it's down to these players. And, well, here we go with Search and Destroy.
Here we go, as you mentioned. I mean, we've got the players of Team EXO on the defense and Time to Pound on the attacks. Time to Pound off the rip. Oh, it was such a big whip from Abyss. I'm not sure what exactly happened to him. He had the chance to strike, but he still messed up big. And now the man advantage is going to be in the hands of Team EXO off the rip. For Time to Pound, I'm not sure how the recovery is going to be handled out, but just hope that it is going to be soon enough. Even the sniper needs to find some value. Sniper's in the hand of Random as well. And even Random's looking to gain some proactive control. On the offensive side of things, you need to be the one with the man advantage, but Time to Pound, they've already messed up big. They've lost in Griffin and Abyss. And now for Shyla, he's going to find another player too. Time to Pound, it feels like they're currently taking a nap, and they're just getting caught off guard by the players of Team EXO. What was that? Such a clean sweep from the side of EXO. They did not even lose a single player. That was a flawless approach.
I have no idea what happened over there, man. I think, as you said, Time to Pound, I believe they were taking a nap indeed, because EXO, a clean round coming through for them, and they're going to be very happy about that. Time to Pound, absolutely no idea. And look at this. This round, all of them moving together towards that B side, A side, and there's just one defender over there. It's going to be dead. A lot of utility to try and flush him out, to try and push him back, and he does fall back, trying to play a safe game, waiting for his teammates to show up before he actually engages into battle. And here they are, the players of EXO. They return. This sniper, it needs to go big. Master needs to find the first frag, and he fails the shot whip. And Master finally redeems himself. Secures one, secures two, and finally Time to Pound. They are pounding.
Yeah, they're finally back inside of the race, Johnny, and all thanks to Master once again. Even in the previous hard point, it was Master doing all the hard work, and now as well, it feels like he's going to be the one to do the heavy lifting. The man advantage is also in the hands of Time to Pound, so that's a great news. A 3-on-4. Well, make that a 2-on-4 actually, but Master whiffs a lot of shots in the second one, so that's a bit of a problem. A Beast, though, is still there to get the pace back in his team's head, and there we go. Time to Pound once again back in the race, and all thanks to Master, because he himself was able to find a 3-piece.
Yeah, I mean, that was an important one, man. But again, I mean, Necro, this is such a crazy situation for your team to be in that one man needs to pop off for everyone to actually work together and to secure the win. Time to Pound, that is something that needs to change. They have amazing players, and every single one of those players can play at the same level. On the other side, though, third round begins, and this time it seems like Time to Pound, they're going to be a little bit more spread up all over the map, looking to punch in towards the B side from mid. And this is going to be the important duel. Shyla, he needs to find the first frag, gets spotted out, takes out Abyss. Could be important kill of the game.
It indeed is. That's going to be the main icebreaker we all were looking for. Master is still up in life, though. Johnny can be the main table turner. And here we go, Master. All it takes is a little glimmer, and that's going to be more than enough for him to find the head of the opponent. A 3-on-4, man advantage in the hands of Time to Pound once again. It's like a pendulum. Swings back and forth. You never know what's going to be the one to come out on top in the round, but the Sniper Flake's going to be off the essence. Shyla as well is holding the corner. A B with his own Tundra. Even he's holding his own individual corner. Still the man advantage is something that's going to matter the most. And Master almost whiffed the shots, but luckily enough he was able to slide away to safety, so that's great news.
Oh, Master is still there, spotted out by Shyla, but somehow managed to survive. Shyla still looking for that frag. The clock is ticking, he gets spotted out, and that's going to be the important frag of the game. Shyla picked off, Wasim finds the trade, and now Abi with that shot, that was insane! It's a 2v2 situation, 15 seconds left. They are looking to move in. The players from the side of EXO looking for a retake.
Johnny, the time's running away. 7 seconds on the clock left, and all he needs to do is just burn through the time, but even that's not going to matter. Master still goes for the peak and finds the final 2 as well. This is Master for you all, my friends, and this one single man is pretty much carrying his team on the back at this point. We can say it.
Yeah, very impressive, very impressive. Master, beautifully done, well executed. It was all down to this one man again, moving on into the next round. It's been very impressive with that Tundra, but what else can he do? What can the other players of Time to Pound do? Again, Necro, 2 times in a row, it was all down to Master and his plays.
And those are the 2 rounds they've also won, by the way. So Master is going to be the main playmaker for his team. If Master performs, the team wins the round. If Master gets taken down early, the team loses. And that's what EXO needs to realize. The strong point for Time to Pound is going to be Master. If they find Master early off, well, then that's going to be the early threat neutralized off the rip. And Team EXO will probably be the one to come out on top. And that's what exactly happened right now, too. Master got taken down way too early. And now you can see Team EXO, they've got the big advantage.
It's a 2 versus 4 situation. Quite a difficult round for the players of Time to Pound to take. And Abi, what was that shot? Griffin shot mid-air. Gets taken out. One last man remaining. I think finally this is going to be the equalizer EXO were hoping for. Last man remaining. And Random. Oh, he finds a big pick. Contra shut down. Still a 1v3 though. Oh! Out. Abi taken out as well. A 1v2 right on his head.
Oh my god, he wins the 3rd shot. Oh, luckily enough for Team EXO, they've saved themselves from this embarrassment. I thought this man is almost about to pull off the clutch of his life. But luckily enough for Team EXO, finally in the end they decided not to give the isolated duels to the opponents.
Oh, this is getting more and more intense by the second. The rounds, the scoreboard equalized between the 2 sides. Abyss shut down, but the trades, oh, I felt they were going to come in. Shyla finds 2. And one more frag taken by the players of EXO. I think they finally realized how they are going to shut down the side of Time to Pound. That was a very tight angle he was holding, but dead. He finds an important pick. Random once again. He's going to be the last man left. Can't really do much in a situation like this as well. Look at how difficult this round has just become. This bomb is dropped right at the feet of the defenders.
Indeed, Johnny. And now, this is where the dust settles a little bit. Feel the peace, man. It's all because there's just one man standing from Time to Pound. And once again, if you've noticed one thing, there's this similar pattern that's going. If Master gets struck down early inside of the game, Time to Pound, they stand no chance. But if Master is able to find multi-kills, that's when Time to Pound can be the one to come out on top in the rounds. So Master needs to perform if Time to Pound want to hand out a 2-0.
3-2, the scoreline. And again, Time to Pound, the attacking side is where I believe they have the upper hand. But they can't just leave it to Master and his sniper. Everyone else needs to stand up as well. The 2 rounds they have on the board were all thanks to that one man just performing exceptionally. This time they want to make plays through the middle, but EXO, look at the angles that they're holding. Wasim, oh, he's going to find the first frag of this round, I believe. Oh, Abyss spotted out. The pre-fire does not connect. Abyss falls back.
Yeah, the man was prone. And Wasim, once again, is going to try to hold the same angle, but the nade from Random. That nade was pretty random, but it still landed to the perfect spot. Not exactly random enough, but still, man, I did not really expect that to come through. That frag was quite quintessential, considering now that's going to take the competition down to 4-on-4. Just like a pendulum, swinging back and forth. Team EXO, they've got the round lead. Before how long? That's the real question. Here comes another strike. And what am I watching? A B? What a play that was! Taking down 2 players single-handedly, and that's where Team EXO, they gain the big advantage we're speaking of, as another man falls down. And now for Time to Pound, they are left with nothing to work with.
Yeah, 4-2, and finally the switch-up happens. EXO in the driving seat, and I think, Necro, we are about to head towards control very soon. On the defense is where EXO have the upper hand in this game right now. And Time to Pound, they are struggling in this matchup. It's going to be very difficult for them to initiate the comeback. The R9 is ready for a close range action, but EXO, a lot of presence towards mid.
Dead. He's once again looking to be a little bit more proactive, and that's what Abyss was also trying to do as well, but unfortunately for Time to Pound, they just are not enough to get something done. Griffin and Random, the last 2 remaining players, as Wasim finds a beautiful flank, and he takes down another player too, and Random is just completely lost, as he will be taken down as well. This S&D is now starting to be a complete one-sided affair, Johnny. Team EXO, they're surprising all of us, taking down Time to Pound.
Exactly, and I think this is what they were hoping for. They took an extremely close game on the previous mode of Hardpoint, and I think that just gave them a lot of confidence that, all right, guys, we might have lost the mode, but it was still a close game after all, so we might be able to walk away with a W in this series. And Time to Pound, I think now their mental is going to be broken and shattered. Master looking to move in, but he's scared of Shyla as well. Shyla has been very impressive for his team.
He indeed has been. Master once again, he needs the multi-kills to try and bring his team back in the race. Shyla is on the verge of peeking this angle as well, and Shyla might just find the advantage, and he does. Master walks into his crosshairs. And now for Time to Pound, the final 4 remaining players, they go off against the 5-man strong of Team EXO. And for Team EXO with a clear-cut man advantage, for Time to Pound,
oh, no.
They're also fighting their own demons in their head.
No, Necro, look what has happened. Time to Pound, they have control of the side, but again, I mean, a lot of pressure being built by the players of EXO. And as soon as they force out a rotation towards the A side, EXO instantly go back to spawn, pick up the bomb, and run towards A.
I'm not even sure what exactly is happening at this point, Johnny. But for Team EXO, considering now they pretty much are going to get the bomb planted too towards the A site. For Time to Pound, the defensive side is not going to be looking that structured. Time to Pound is now, of course, trying to find the advantages too, but just one last man standing, and that too Random with the sniper in his hands. In such of a clutch scenarios, this man needs to be super precise. Needs to find a few weapons too on the ground, but he would not even have a chance to do so.
Gets shut down, and it is going to be, again, EXO leading the charge. I think they are on the verge of closing out this this mode at least, and we are going to see that equalizer on the overall scoreboard in terms of the series as well. EXO doing phenomenally well right now. Oh, the utility lobbed. barely managing surviving. The defending side players, Griffin was under pressure, and EXO, they do not waste any time. The entire team charges towards that A side. Wasim finds the opener. The second is going to be secured by Shyla. Abhi and Shyla, in fact, find the first two frag. Contra with the third. And before we say anything, it's going to be down to Master, the last man surviving. EXO, they've done it. They've found themselves the equalizer on the overall scoreboard.
Yeah, I think so. We know, Johnny, what's going to happen, right? Control's inevitable at this point. For Team EXO, all they need to do is just take down this one man, and that's going to be Master. But hey, Johnny, you cannot really rule Master out of these type of scenarios too, right? He's proven out to be the main playmaker for the team. But as soon as I say so, even Master gets wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby. Team EXO to make the scoreline 1-1 on the overall board, as we're going to move on to the decider, and that's going to be Control.
Well, I mean, this is going to be intense, and this just got more intense right now. We are headed to the decider between these two teams, and EXO, I mean, while the first mode might have been a close one, the second, Search and Destroy, that was completely one-sided. Did not expect the game to go like that, to be honest.
Hands down. I mean, Search and Destroy, I generally thought that maybe Time to Pound can be the one to sort of come out on top, considering they already faced a big reality check. But still, man, with how things unfolded in front of us, it was just Team EXO storming through the opponents. And generally speaking, with the way EXO was playing, I thought that's the same way the opponents might play. But no, that's not the case.
Yeah, that wasn't the case indeed. But again, I mean, it was an impressive performance coming in from EXO, and I think that leads me to believe maybe even in the third mode, they're going to be walking away with the winner. And Time to Pound, are they going to start preparing for the lower bracket right now?
Maybe they are. Maybe. I mean, for Time to Pound, I don't even know. Especially in the first few rounds, it felt like they were taking a nap. Especially in that first round itself, Johnny. They were not even able to react on time. It's like the players of EXO were just walking in their crossers and taking them down without even feeling any sort of threat.
Yeah, that is definitely true. The first round, I mean, it actually felt like they were half asleep. I mean, not really even reacting to the players of EXO. But from there on out, I think a few key rounds being secured by Master. And when I say a few key rounds, I mean only two. Because after that, it was EXO through and through. Were able to control this this game from the start till the very end and very impressively walk away with a win. And even from the side of EXO, I think Shyla and Dead, they played very well.
They did. We've got the match summary or the stats of the previous game on the screen. At Shyla with 15, you've got OB2 with 12, and Master is, of course, going to be the one to lead the pack on Time to Pound side. Master was the only reason why they got those 2 rounds in the hands right initially. Those 2 rounds was where Master was able to find 3 Ps, 3 Ks all by himself. So he had 6 kills, Johnny, in just those 2 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I mean, those 2 rounds, as you mentioned, all because of individual performance, right? But that is not what we want to see from the side of Time to Pound. And of course, if they want to dream of ever taking down a team like Godlike or even EXO for that matter, they need to bring that team play in. EXO right now was a much better performing team, because if you noticed on the map, none of the players from the side of EXO were roaming around the map alone. No, everyone had backup and everyone was looking to trade each other out.
Exactly. I mean, in general for EXO, it just felt like they were better. Now, I do not really want to say this about Time to Pound, but EXO was just better, man. No matter how much you try to sugarcoat things, you cannot really overshadow the fact that EXO was better when it comes to the mechanical skills. EXO was better when it comes to the tactical awareness. EXO knew exactly what the opponents are cooking to. In the first 2 rounds, or especially the 2 rounds that the players of Time to Pound won, they realized that, okay, Master's the one who's able to isolate the duels, and he's the one gifting them the rounds. As soon as they started to prioritize Master, here we go. Once again, the opponents, they were in big shambles.
Exactly. I mean, as soon as Master went down, I think along with him, the hopes of Time to Pound winning the round also went out. And I think that needs to be avoided. You can't just rely on one player winning you the entire game. Everyone else needs to step up as well.
Yeah, and I think so. We're on the verge of seeing a big upset here. Time to Pound, they might just be kicked all the way down to the lower brackets, and this will be one of the biggest upset to be witnessed by the entire community, because none of us saw this coming. Time to Pound is one of the experienced lineup. They're supposed to be the veterans inside of the scene, but getting kicked out by the underdogs this time around, This will be insane. Everyone will be super excited to see the upcoming control map because now that's going to be the main decider. That's going to hold the fate of Time to Pound in their hands. And I'm not sure why the reactions were so late from the side of Time to Pound. They need to be a little bit more clear in their heads.
Man, this is getting more and more scary. But let's see. It's time to move on towards Control, the decider between these two sides. Time to Pound, hoping to redeem themselves. They did win Hardpoint, but then a beatdown handed to them on Search and Destroy. But here we have it, Raid, and it is going to be Control.
Raid on the screens, and once again, off the rip, you can't see Team EXO in a little bit of that disadvantage, considering 2 of their lives, they've already been stolen away from them. Another one gets taken down for Time to Pound, and here we go, the redemption you speak of. EXO, they've already gotten it. 27-26. Time to Pound still on that 1 life lead, but here we go, even that gets stolen away. Things are now looking pretty back and forth. Even point A is being contested. Time to Pound, something needs to be done desperately. It is looking way too back and forth. And even Shiloh, this man is holding quite the cheeky angle. He's just waiting for the players of Time to Pound to walk in his crosshairs.
Oh, but look at this. Now, this is where the game gets interesting, because as far as Control is considered, yes, the respawns are going to be limited, and you have to play for the control points as well. But as soon as one of the teams actually wins 1 control point, the other team just invests everything into the second one, and then the strategy just becomes to kill the other side as much as possible, take away their respawns, and win in the number of frags. And that is what the strategy will be for the side of Time to Pound, but they're struggling in finding those finishes. 17-20. EXO still looking to dominate right now. They are controlling the control point as well, slowly and steadily gaining the upper hand. Time to Pound again with the retake come through. 1 frag, 1 respawn advantage for the side of EXO. Make it 2 as Abyss once again is going to be shut down. Again, a very close game between these two sides.
And indeed, a super close 15-15. It was going to be the one to find the advantage. And it will be the players of Team EXO, considering they've got 1 life advantage still over the players of Time to Pound. This respawn's going to mean a lot. Even 1 single respawn can mean the life and death for a team. And especially for Team EXO, they're on the verge of pulling off the biggest upset that the community has seen so far. Time to Pound for them. They're getting absolutely pounded by the players of Team EXO. While for Team EXO, they've got nothing to lose. And that's why they're performing the best we have seen them so far. 9-6 is going to be the response left. Time to Pound in a big world of trouble, Johnny.
Well, they are in a big world of trouble, but opportunity to recover still there. Time to Pound. They need to go big. Someone needs to stand up. 4 players remaining right now, and all of them are going to be picked up. Master goes down, Abyss follows up, Random in the back lines along with Griffin. It's 4 versus 2, and they need to move in. Either they move in and fight for the frags, or EXO just controls this control point and walks away with a very easy win in this first round.
They indeed do. But still now, look at the players of Team EXO as well. They're playing it so tactical, Johnny. Just 1 single life left in the hands of Team EXO. Or in the hands of Team Time to Pound, and they can't do anything. Team EXO, they win the first round off this control, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, and that was a very close one as well. Towards the end, I think Random just popped up from behind his cover without a weapon in his hand, which allowed the players from the side of EXO to close it out. But EXO, I think they're going to dominate this mode as well, man.
What just happened? Griffin already investing into a Sparrow.
War Machine goes off. Yeah.
And how much value can Griffin find? That's the question. He's already striking down Contra as well. Towards the points, too. You can't see the players are already contesting 25-26, but usually control is supposed to be about taking control of the points, but players, they just play like hardpoint.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. 23-23. I think at this point, it's not about the objective now. They're just playing for frags. And EXO looking to pick off the players from the side of Time to Pound, but ooh, so much utility invested over there.
Johnny, both the teams, they don't really have a lot of respawns left. 22-22. Exhausting through the resources, respawns, everything. For Team EXO too. This round's going to mean a lot, Johnny. If they do lose out in this round, it's going to be a big upset. Time to Pound, they will be lost. And for Time to Pound, they need to win this. Everything's on the line. Their pride, their egos, their legacy, their past is everything is on the line on this one. And for Time to Pound, once again, they've got at least the respawn advantage. 19-17. EXO is now looking a little bit tough.
Oh, but the numbers are equalized 17-17 right now. And EXO, they've lost one control point. Now they're going to start playing for frags. Abhi needs to be careful. There's a man waiting towards his left. His backline is going to be compromised. But he still turns around and takes down Abyss. That could have been a big frag, but no. The trades come in on the other side. 14-14. This game is getting extremely close.
Once again, it indeed is. Johnny, but you talk about the advantage. It's going to be in the hands of Team EXO. 14-12, the 2 respawn advantage. That's big. 13-10. Well, now it's going to be even more. Johnny, Team EXO, they're slowly and steadily starting to clench their fists as time to pound. They're not able to find any sort of reply. They're not able to crack through the defensive wall of Team EXO. And Team EXO, now they've got the big advantage. 11-7, time to pound. They're not able to do anything. No matter what they try to do, it's not the cure for the disease.
Yeah, there is no cure left. Dead moves in, finds a frag. Griffin still left. It's 9-5. Last 5 respawns. Now, if a player goes down, there's no coming back into this. And the players of Time to Pound, they need to move in, all of them together. The utility, it needs to be on point, but they fail to connect. Contra, he has the upper hand. The final 25 seconds remaining. And even EXO, they need to go for the shutdown. The first frag comes through. Shyla is going to be picked off. Contra finds the trade. And it is 6-3, 6-2. Last 2 players left alive. Griffin looking to move in, and it's going to be a shutdown. EXO, a quick 2-0 comes through. Now the sides are going to be switched, and it's going to be the match point for EXO.
EXO, they've already stormed through the opponents. While Time to Pound, they can't even do anything. For Time to Pound, losing 2 rounds back-to-back like that in control. That's going to be a reality check handed out to them. War Machine's pulled out, and this is where you try to make all the investments if you're EXO, and that's what they're exactly doing. War Machine off the rip is able to find the advantage that they were lacking, and here we go. 29-25, already the advantage is in the hands of EXO.
Oh, let's see though. Again, 24-27. EXO still have the upper hand in this matchup. Oh, that nade, it's going to be a good one. Wasim, what a play. Again, big moves coming in from the players of EXO. Abyss is going to be forced to pin down. He needs to go for a reload. Wasim, he's going to be cornered down into this pool, but still does manage to survive. And look at the amount of pressure the players of Time to Pound are feeling. They can't even peek that corner, man.
They indeed can't. Johnny, even Wasim is now there around the corner. And here comes the push from the man. Contra and Wasim working in tandem, so that's a good thing for Team EXO. 27-20. And Team EXO this time around, they've got so much of an advantage.
Oh boy. 22-18. EXO with the upper hand. They have control. They have in fact secured control point B, now playing for A. But this is where Time to Pound will have the luxury to just go in and go for the firefight. Shyla with a pistol as well finds that kill for his team. And look at that, 19-14. 5 respawns separating the two sides, make that 4. And Time to Pound, if there was an opportunity for them to strike back, this is it. Either they strike right now or it's all over for them. And well, we are going to see them in the lower bracket.
I think so. It's a little bit too late, Johnny. Time to Pound. They don't have enough time left. That's the main problem. 12-16. Team EXO, they've already got the big advantage. And EXO is not going to let go of this advantage like that. They're not going to make any rookie mistakes anymore. They've got each other's back, and that's the best part about it. For Time to Pound, if they do want to find the isolated duels, it's looking much more tougher. And now for Abyss. And even the man who's up close and personal, they're playing things off with the Fennec in their hands, and here comes the peek from a B. It's not able to find anything, but still for Time to Pound, this is exactly what they need. At least the score line is a little bit closer, but as soon as I say so, now it's going to be 9-8, or it's going to be 8-15 pretty much, and that's where Time to Pound, they've lost it.
Yeah, I think it's all over, man. With a respawn advantage this big, you can hardly ever make a comeback, and as soon as the players of Time to Pound look to move in, they are going to be traded out. Look at that, 11-4, 10-4 in fact. And well, even with the utility itself, they are just going to look to cause damage, prep up the players. The score streaks come through. It's the last man, a 1v10 Necro. 1v10, can he pull this off? A simple answer, it's going to be no. And it's a 3-0 coming in from EXO. As far as control is considered, the overall score reads 2-1. And EXO, what an upset. This was amazing. This was very impressive.
I mean, we pretty much saw this coming too, right? I mean, especially Time to Pound losing the first 2 rounds. As soon as that happened, we pretty much knew Time to Pound's going to lose this entire control. But generally speaking, after the hard point, I thought that Time to Pound might just be able to close things off on Kurohana as well. But no, that was not the case. You move on towards control, and Time to Pound, they've been completely overruled.
Yeah, they have been overruled. It was very, very impressive with how they played. EXO, the side of EXO played in this mode itself, and of course the overall series. Time to pound. I don't know what happened, but one thing is for sure, once they roll around in the lower bracket, I think this is the wake-up call that they needed, that they can't really take any team lightly. They can't take anything lightly inside of this tournament, and hopefully we see them move through from the lower bracket, because let's not forget, 8 teams from these open finals will be moving to the next stage, the challenge season.
I mean, in the highlights too, you can see it's just the players of Team EXO dominating through against the players of Time to Pound. And Time to Pound, all they can do is just watch them getting annihilated.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure what exactly happened to the players, man. You reverse a few months back, and this team was supposed to be one of the best teams that the country's seen. But now look at them getting taken down by a team like this. It is definitely quite questionable. What is exactly happening to this lineup? Master is the only player who's able to deliver to the expectations, while the rest, they crumble.
But hey, I mean, huge props to the side of EXO. They have outperformed everyone's expectation. Everyone expected them to be the one pounded down, but no, this time they were the ones doing the pounding, and of course, against big names as well. This was impressive, but from here, EXO should not lose momentum. Go for it all, go for the glory, and hopefully we get to see them move to the finals at DreamHack.
But hey, you know one thing? Time to Pound, they haven't been eliminated just yet. They're still going to be there in the lower bracket, fighting it out against some of the demons that will be there in the hell itself, because I like to call the lower brackets hell. No one would want to be a part of that, because imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be on top of you, especially for Time to Pound. It's such a glorified lineup, and now that you're going to be there in hell itself, first of all, we did not see this coming. Second of all, I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day for this team now.
Exactly. I mean, we have seen a few teams already take their spots inside the lower bracket, and even those teams are quite good. Galaxia being one of them, so it's not going to be easy for Time to Pound over there as well. But let's see. We can still, at least there is still hope. They are not eliminated, as you mentioned. This, as I mentioned, was a wake-up call for them.
Yep.
And again, if they flesh out their strategies well enough, then maybe tomorrow we're going to see a better performance from their side.
Generally speaking, though, man, I am pretty impressed by Team EXO and how they played, right?
Yeah.
Off the rip, they were showcasing so much resilience inside Hardpoint, too. But yeah, Time to Pound was the one to come out on top in that first ever duel that happened between these two teams. But then later on towards Search and Destroy, Master was the one destroying the opponents, but they realized instantly, and they started to patch those holes. Master was countered, and then later on, the entirety of Time to Pound, they come crashing down. The same thing happened towards Control. Master, if you tame this beast, pretty much it will be Team EXO to come out on top, and that's what they realized, and that's what they did. They pretty much implemented the same strategy over and over again, and that was to shut down Master as soon as possible.
Exactly, and that is what is going to happen if your entire team relies on a single player. As soon as that player is shut down, your team is done for. And that is what happened to the side of Time to Pound today. But hey, look at that. The last match of the day, we have Panda Express going up against 5 AM. Both the teams completely new, so we do not really know what to expect from them.
That's the best part about it, right, Johnny? We had 16 teams in total. I mean, pretty much a few more will be seen in the upcoming moments. But now Panda Express facing off against another underdog team. I'm not even sure how this one's going to pan out. For 5 AM, once again, it's going to be quite the new experience for Panda Express, too. It will be an intensity that they've never faced before. But let's see how they tackle with all the decisions that are going to be upcoming.
Man, we don't know what the veto is going to be like. We do not know who is the top contender, who is the better of the two sides. And again, it's going to be exciting because both of them do not know that much about each other as well. It's just going to be an all-out war between both the teams once they drop into the game. And because of that, I think the next series is also going to be one of those series that we are going to see extended towards Control. But let's see. If one of them proves a little bit stronger than the other, then it can be a quick 2-0 as well.
As I mentioned, right, both the teams are pretty much going to be feeling the heat on the equal level. Both are the underdogs. They've never really been over here in such a high-intensity competition. So one thing is for sure, they are going to be quite the jittery ones off the rip. We might just not see the best of the best plays. It might just be super close inside Hardpoint itself. But for 5 AM and for Panda Express, it's one of these experiences that you should not miss out as a team. And I'm pretty sure they will try to make the most of it. They need to take this competition as the learning curve for them. Whichever team loses against them will, of course, move down to the lower brackets and face off against the demons that are already there.
Exactly. Again, lower bracket is going to be a different story. It's going to start tomorrow, and it's going to be very intense. But before that, I think the last match of the day, and before we move to the last match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, We're going to head towards a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We will be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
5 a.m. versus Panda Express. It is one of those matchups that we do not know what to expect. It is a big mystery, and that mystery will be unfolded as soon as we move on towards the map video itself. And that's going to be quite the crucial point as well. Are these teams going to decide to play on the classic maps, which are going to be Summit or Hacienda? Or are we going to see something new pulled out outside of the entire pool?
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how these two teams play out because, again, both of them very fresh on the scene. And it's going to be very exciting to see who actually ends up dominating this series. One luxury these sides have is, again, like the previous teams, neither of them get eliminated. If they face a loss today, they head towards the lower bracket. And I think that is the one thing that can give them a little bit confidence of experimenting a few new things against each other as well. But
I mean, hey, Johnny.
Forward, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, listen, I was about to speak about the names themselves, right? And I'm a big fan of the name Panda Express. It sounds quite cute, but at the same time, that Express adds in a little bit of that threat. So let's move on towards the roster itself, right? You've got, of course, quite the new names, Treasure, Urail. I mean, these names are some that we haven't really seen in the past. Now, I do not know what to expect from them. But for 5 a.m. to face off against Panda Express, at least you can say both these teams are going to be on the equal level.
Yeah, that is true. I think both of them are going to be on equal level, but let's see how things turn out for them. But talking about 5 a.m., let's look at their roster. We have Wanted, VD, Lil, Uzi Word. We have Aju Prime and ZFXG inside of the side of 5 a.m. And again, I mean, looking at the rosters, again, a lot of new faces from both these two sides. One thing that I think is going to be important right now, it's going to be the veto. What are the maps that they decide to play? And I think considering, again, newer teams, they are going to go for those OZ maps, expecting a Summit to be there. What about you?
I'm expecting, actually Summit as well. I'm expecting quite the classic start, right? Summit is one of the most classic hardpoint maps to kick things off with. I'm really expecting quite the classic start. Summit firing range, and it's out of control. Once again, we might just see the raid. The classic maps, nothing really extraordinary. Considering these teams, for them as well, is quite the newer experience. Why would you want to step outside of the comfort zone when you've got the option to stay in it?
Exactly. Staying in the comfort zone actually gives both of them the highest odds of success, and I think that is what they're going to be hoping for right now. It might just come down to raw firepower as well right now between these two teams. But again, once the match actually begins, once we see the teams on that first mode, I think that is when we can actually figure out which team is going to be the better of the bunch. But let's have a look at the veto right now and see which maps are going to be picked. All right, interesting. It is going to be Apocalypse, Express, and Arsenal. So it is anything but the status quo from these two sides.
Exactly, Johnny. We're not really going to see the standard start anymore. Apocalypse, quite the unexpected pick from these bunch. And then we're going to move on towards Express inside of Search and Destroy. Man, it's been a while since I've casted Express, I'm not going to lie. So it will be an interesting matchup indeed towards Express too. But Apocalypse, I want to see what these teams have got in stake for each other, because Apocalypse is quite the close-range maps. And that's where the shotguns can really prevail.
Yeah, and hardpoint on Apocalypse is insane, man. As you mentioned, shotguns become important, but again, it's the crossfire setups, a lot of choke points for teams and individuals to pour through. You can take long-range battles as well in a few positions, but let's see how this first game is going to turn out. It's going to be an important one as well, and of course, this is the pick by Panda Express, so they need to start off strong and secure a win.
Indeed, strong start is needed from either side, but who's it going to be to have a strong start in their hands? That's the big question. We do not know what to expect from either of these teams, but whichever team's going to be the one to run away with the momentum at the start, that team is going to be the one to come out on top. And off the rip, it is going to be the players of 5 a.m. just getting so many kills in their hands. Even Weedy's actually able to find so much value.
Oh, but look at this. It's going to be Babla who finds one, looks for the second, gets shut down by Wanted over there. And 5 a.m. off to a great start. Not even land the players of Panda Express to close the distance. They do keep finding those kills though, but as soon as they move in towards the hard point, the trades are working out in the favor of 5 a.m.
Oh my god, Johnny, 5 a.m.'s running away with a big lead. And that's a problem for the side of Panda Express. Already 25 points, Gardner on the board, while Panda Express, they're not able to find a reply to the players of 5 a.m. And 5 a.m., they're constantly able to win the duels as well. Look at the amount of kills that are getting on the kill feed, while Panda Express, they're just able to get one or the second in a while.
Well, let's see, not an easy matchup between these two sides. I think 5 a.m. they are making it look easy, but oh no. As soon as he tries to move in, Husband is going to be picked off by Wemos. Urel does find the trade, but 5 a.m. still in control of the game, still in the driving seat, but the next control point, the players from Panda Express, they get there first, and they have set up those retakes are going to be a challenge, but there's some moving in from the backstab, and it's going to be an important frag that they find for themselves. They simply goes in, and they retake the hard point without even breaking a sweat.
Yeah. That's actually big for 5 a.m. taking that away from Panda Express. And now Panda Express, they're going to start to sweat. This hard point's taken away from them. And look at Vamos. He finds a 3-piece towards the point. He's the man just cleaning up and scooping up the hard point for his team. While the players of Panda Express, all they can do is just watch it get stolen away from them. And now for Panda Express, all they can do is just hope and cross their fingers for the next hard point to be in their court.
Man, but let's see. This is going to be a tough one. 67-16, 5 a.m. in the driving seat of this game. And now they are looking to control, moving towards the next hard point. 5 seconds remaining. This time they get there first. The side of Panda Express still struggling. There's just one man looking to fight for the hard point control. It's going to be very difficult for him. Husband is all there, all alone. He managed to stay alive, but nothing really converted from that survival.
Oh my god, even the Predator missiles able to find decent amount of value. Vamos, this man is actually able to put up so much value for the side of 5 a.m. And even the entire team is actually doing quite good. You talk about the synergy, the communication seems on point. They've got each other's back as well. But Panda Express too, they're now starting to break the jail. And they're now starting to move pretty freely on the map.
Yeah, they do find a lot of trades for themselves, but even if, despite those trades, I mean, the struggles do continue, because as soon as the players of 5 a.m. they come back inside of this matchup, they wait for everyone to get together, and then they just move in. Oh, what a big play! Aju Prime, that was a big one, and his team will definitely make and gain a lot of value off of that. 81-34, they are in the driving seat of this match. Wanted,
oh my god,
Wanted as well. He's going to look for the third, and there he has it. The trade comes in for Panda Express, but still not enough.
5 a.m. as a world-league unit, they're performing so well, Johnny. Each and every single player from this team is actually able to get the multi-kills. Be it Wanted, be it Aju, be it another player inside of the team. Everyone's doing a great job. Even Vamos was able to put up so many numbers. Even Weedy's doing good. As a unit, this team 5 a.m. is doing perfect. This is what you exactly need to do, and this is how you need to perform. Even the Purifier was pulled out, but it's not able to find a lot of value. Even the Sparrow from the side of Aju was able to find the 2-piece, as he even takes down a rail. Aju Prime is now indeed in his prime, considering he's getting so many kills for his team. But Husband too, you cannot rule this man out. Husband is single-handedly clearing the launch.
Oh boy, this is going to be very intense. 108-34, 5 a.m. They are not looking to slow down. And Aju Prime, as you mentioned, he is on fire right now. But the entirety of 5 a.m., they're fighting together and they're doing very well for themselves. 19 seconds still left on this outpoint. They leave it for a second to find a few extra kills to gain a little bit of breathing room and then just walk back in to just increase their score. The players of Panda Express, one big mistake that is being made right now. Moving in one by one, that needs to stop.
Indeed it does. But Rail 2 getting that 2-piece for his team is now going to count a lot. For Panda Express, it's already done. That's what it feels like. Look at the amount of lead the players of 5 a.m. has got. 36-129. It's a little bit too much. It feels like the game. It's slipping away from the hands of Panda Express. And now they also don't stand a chance because 5 a.m. they're actually able to win the majority of the duels they're taking. But this is where the wave of Panda Express strikes. Look at the kill feed. It's Panda Express all across.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a completely one-sided affair right now between these two sides. And again, Panda Express, I don't see a way they can shut this down. Because even individually, the players, they are doing well. Look at Husband. It seems like it's just him against the entirety of 5 a.m. He secured 21 kills in this game. After him, he has Urel, who has 16. And everyone else from the side of Panda Express is on single digits.
I mean, look at Wanted too from the side of 5 a.m. right? 23 kills in his hands. Even Wanted's able to put on some insane amount of numbers on the board. But in general for 5 a.m., still you can't say the setup is being pretty nice. The team play is pretty much on point, and that's what the things are lacking from the side of Panda Express. The team play is not exactly seeming that on points. They do not know how to crack through the defensive walls of 5 a.m. While 5 a.m., they know exactly what angles to hold, and they know that the opponents are playing it way too predictable.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting right now. 157 More than 100 points advantage for 5am once again. Panda Express slowly and steadily looking to bring themselves back. They have control of the next hard point. 40 seconds on the clock as well, and they can't really let this one slip up. But they do. As soon as 5am show up, something happens to Panda Express, and they just start whiffing all over the place. The retake comes through. Husband, he's very close, looks for a big play, finds the first frag, gets traded out, and once again, the counter just keeps going up for the side of 5am.
The next point once again in the hands of 5am, and 5am, it does not seem like they're going to let it go. The only best thing Panda Express can do is let this one go and hope for the best in the upcoming one, but still letting this one go, that means that's still going to be a big dent for the side of Panda Express. But here we go, Panda Express finally getting something done in their hands. They do get the final few moments in their hands of that previous point, but those final instances of that point is not going to matter a lot. Because 5am, they're already so proactive, and they've moved into the another spawn that's going to be there towards the point.
Oh, this is going to get more intense right now. 178-77. And 5am finally a switch of pace, so well, at least for a few seconds they back off and allow the players of Panda Express a little bit of breathing room to work with, but this hard point they can't really skip out. Somehow. Finds the
oh my god!
Important frags coming in.
This man is just mowing down the lawns. He finds a few more players on the front, but this time he gets stopped. That was a big full stopper before Panda Express getting this point in their hands was desperately needed, and they finally do get that point in the hands. 178-109, and for Panda Express, once again, they lose that point from their hands. Well, Panda Express, they're actually getting it back, so that's a great news, but they've invested so much in this round.
Well, let's see. I think 5am at this point, at this point, they start to feel like they're going to cruise through, and they slip up, and that allows the players of Panda Express to close in.
Johnny, 5am is actually saving up their resources, and for Panda Express, that's what's something they need to be wary of. They need to be knowing the fact that the opponents are now starting to stack up. And here we go. Weedy pulls out the War Machine. He was able to find so much with that. Even the Sparrow is now being pulled out from Aju Prime. And Aju Prime Sparrow was able to find so much value in the past. And once again is looking to do the same thing. He's the hunter. He's looking to find a few more players. But unfortunately, Aju, he gets taken down. Not enough value with that Sparrow, but still decent enough considering the upcoming points. Once again, is in the hands of 5am.
Oh, 220. Almost on the verge of closing it out. The players of Panda Express, they're closing in. They're looking to move in, but this is the last hard point of the game, or it could be actually 10 seconds remaining. So no, they will have to secure the next one to secure the win. And there's one man, Wemos, who is already moving in. It is going to be an important duel for him as well. Panda Express, they can try all they want, but I think this match is almost over. Just 25 points needed by 5am to close this first map out, to close this first mode out. And I think based on how things have gone, Necro, I think they are going to secure the win on SND as well.
They indeed are. 225-138 and Panda Express. I mean, just look at the way these guys are dominating through the playing field itself. I mean, for Panda Express, yes, finally they are sort of dominating in the field, but it's a little bit too late considering already the lead is stacked up too big in the hands of 5am. And they do not even need a lot of points. Even if they do get a few scrappy points here and there on the point, on the hard point itself, that's more than enough, and that's what exactly is happening right now. 5am is once again starting to clench their fist as they're starting to win the duels, but even for Panda Express, they're not going to let it go that easy.
Well, let's see though. Oh, Aju Prime, he finds the frag, but again, 14 points. Doesn't matter how well the side of Panda Express plays. It is going to be 5am. And at this point, they're not even playing for the hard point, man. They're just going after the players of Panda Express, looking to kill them one by one. I don't know what that is going to accomplish, but that is what they want to do. Look at where ZFXG is right now inside of this game.
He's at least holding the angle. He's waiting for someone to cross on over, and there we go. Maybe the first man could have been found while he went for that cross, but here comes the cavalry for the side of 5am. All they need is a few scrappy points on the hard point itself. They just need a little bit of that control, but Treasure, he's able to rack up so many kills, and those kills are now at least keeping the players of 5am off of bay. But for Panda Express, they need to make sure that the defense is going to be on the point. If the players of 5am, even if they do crack open that defensive wall, even for a few seconds, that means the game's done. The game's already outside of their hands. But for 5am, the struggles are real too. Even they're not able to find the proper points flow. But as soon as I say so, they've finally gotten the hard point control. But Panda Express once again steals it away from them.
I don't think they're playing for the control points, hard point at this point, Necro. I think they're just like playing for those frags. They're playing for their KD, damn it. 242, 197, 5am. They just move away from the hard points and they are looking to just dominate in terms of those overall frags. 202, last 8 points needed. They know that they can close this game out anytime they want. And that is why they're just playing however they feel like.
Oh, that's what you think? I thought Panda Express was actually giving them a tough time because look at the kill feed, dude. Panda Express is just all over the board. While the players of 5am, they're not able to find any sort of success. Yes, 5am, they do not really need a lot of points to get themselves this victory. But still, Panda Express, it's all about the dent. It's all about the mental damage that you're doing right now. And Panda Express is able to run away with all the positive traits that they can. Another man falls down. Johnny, Panda Express is actually running away with the points flow. And now this is starting to be a big sign of concern. 5am, they're losing the points control for now. But once again, they get it back in their hands. And now for 5am, all they need to do is keep up with the defense and run away with this. And that's what they exactly do. Panda Express, they lose this hard point. But still, Johnny, it was way too close.
Yeah, and the only reason it came close, I'm going to say it again, the only reason it came close was because 5am after a certain point just started playing to have a better KD than everyone else inside of this entire tournament. I think that is what they started to do because I think once they had crossed the 220 marker, you could see the players on the map. They completely abandoned the hard point and were just playing overextended. They were playing for frags from that point down, and that is how Panda Express kind of made a soft little comeback. But hey, again, the advantage for 5am was so big that they were very easily able to close out this match.
Hey, look, man, in my opinion, comebacks are comebacks, right? At the end of the day, we're still speaking of a professional tournament over here. Yes, if the guys of 5am, they're trying to pull off some weird shenanigans, still for a moment, even for the players of 5am, they felt a little bit threatened because you could see the kill feed, man. 5am, they were not able to win any sort of traits. But then later on, luckily enough, they got the control of the hard point, and then they were able to keep up with that defense, considering they did not really need a lot of points at the end of the day. So that's why they were able to just run away with that lead and got that victory secured.
Exactly. I mean, again, 5am, it was an impressive performance from their side, but I want to see what happens on the next two modes, to be honest. Search and Destroy is where their tactics and strategies are going to be tested out, so it's going to be an important mode for them for sure. And post that, if somehow Panda Express make a comeback on Search and Destroy, then we actually get to see a war between these two sides on control. So it is going to be interesting to see how far can Panda Express take it on from here.
Indeed, it will is super interesting. Before 5am, if they would have kept the same dominating lead even till the end, then that would have meant a lot. Considering their mental fortitude, their mindset would have been in much better standards. But now that things were way too close, that's where even the opponents, they've gotten some sort of confidence in the upcoming Search and Destroy that's going to be there. So this is where maybe 5am can face a lot of troubles.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the trouble is definitely going to be there for them for sure, but again, off to a great start. 5am off to a great start. And of course, one of the key players from the side of Panda Express, who I think deserves a lot of praise, has to be Husband. He was playing so well in the early stages. I think that's the only man who gave his team an opportunity to fight back. But by the time all of the other players started to step up, it was a little too late.
I think he was. I mean, even later on, you could see the players of Panda Express, too, getting things done for themselves. They were actually coming out on top in the duels as well that they were taking. They were winning the majority of the fights, too, but unfortunately, 5am, they just did not need a lot of points to secure the victory, and that's where 5am, they just found the points control for a little bit, and they instantly ran away with the victory on that hard point. We've got the scoreboard on the screen. Husband with 47 kills, Johnny. That's some insane amount of numbers, but even Wanted on the opposite side was getting a lot done.
Yeah, it was very impressive, but let's see. I mean, still 2 more potential modes to go in this entire series. At least the first one has been secured, but the second one is going to be very important. But I think with how the trend has been, 5am, they will have an opportunity to just have a quick 2-0 right now. Let's see if they can actually seize this opportunity. Panda Express, although good turnout, I think there is potential for them to push through from the lower bracket, although I think this series 5 AM might just walk away with the win.
As I mentioned, right, for Panda Express, the Panda adds on the cuteness, and then the Express adds on the threat, Johnny. And in the final few moments, that's what we saw. The threat was there, sort of erupting from the side of Panda Express, but maybe a little bit too late considering the opponents. They ran away with the big lead off the rip, and that's where Panda Express was too late to realize that what is exactly happening on the board. But maybe we can't say the first game jitters, Johnny. We can let that slide. First game jitters, later on they realize what they need to do. Maybe inside of Search and Destroy, things can be much more clearer for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity definitely will be there. But with your logic, I think Necro, then 5 AM is unbeatable, because can you wake up at 5 AM?
Sometimes, yeah, if I want to. If there's a show, I know that if there's a show, I can put on an alarm.
Not for work,
and wake
buddy.
up. What?
Not for work. Without work, 5 AM is the scariest time to wake up.
I mean, I know, man. Especially being gamer, we cannot really wake up at 5 AM. Let's be honest, right? But hey, let's move on to our strain. This is going to be another one of those off maps, and let's see who's going to be the one to come out on top. Panda Express. I mean, they're supposed to be the Express, right? Maybe this map can favor them.
Exactly. I mean, Express, their namesake is there inside of the map as well, but it is going to be interesting to see, can they actually walk away with the win? The bomb has been dropped right off the get-go. It's down to a 2 versus 3 situation. Oh, that was an important one. Uriel finds Wanted, and Panda Express, I think this is their round now, where Mossy, the last man left alive, finds one. Still 2 more players to pick off. Oh, they hear him.
5 AM. They lose out on this round, Johnny. Panda Express, though, off the rip. They kick things off on a great note. You got something to say?
I think, again, opportunity to strike in a map where tactics are more important than firepower. It is their time to shine. They can win this one for sure. Let's see round 2. And again, 5 AM, just sticking to the basics. So all of them just go running towards that A side together.
Oh my god. It is such an off duel as well, but it will be Mayblock coming out on top. Once it's been shut down, the main playmaker not in the game anymore for 5 AM, and that's going to be a bit of that struggle. A 5-on-3. Johnny, that's not good news for 5 AM. 5 AM's getting dismantled. It's not looking too good.
Again, they were looking to play with numbers, but that is what Panda Express are punishing right now. If all of you come together, all of you will go down together as well. Still a 2 versus 4 situation. Aju Prime is the best performing player from the side of 5 AM in the previous match. Can he put up the same numbers this time as well? He's been spotted out. They hear him.
Oh my god.
And goes down without a fight.
Well, 2 rounds on the board, back-to-back for Panda Express. And for 5 AM, they're just not able to wrap their heads around what is exactly happening. 5 AM is playing in a bit confusion. That's what it feels like. They just do not know how to counter the players of Panda Express. And for Panda Express, it's like a well-structured plan. Things are working out just the way they planned. That's what it feels like.
No. This time, though, they have the at least a man
my
to
god.
begin with. They're looking for the second, and they find it as well. 3v3, though, numbers equalize. 3v2. Once again, 5 AM with the upper hand.
AM with the man advantage. And here comes the duel. Ron was missing a lot of shots, but considering he's got his hands on the Odin. And they've also got the man advantage. Things are now looking much more better for 5 AM. All they need to do is get the site control, get their hands on the bomb as well, and get it planted. And that's what they do. Considering now the bomb's planted, and this is where it's going to be a little bit of that panic being set between the players of Panda Express. And now for 5 AM, all they need to do is play together. Team game's going to be off the essence. It's important. Even intel's going to be quite vital.
Yeah, you have to be extremely careful now. The ball is in the court of Panda Express. They are the ones who are going to be forced to play the retake. Aju Prime, I believe. Information given away, but Panda Express little too eager to move in. Aju Prime is going to be picked off. That gives them a slight equalizer in terms of the numbers, but Wanted, a big play coming through. 1 versus 1. He has the sniper to work with. Oh no, the player Beybla gets very close. 3 seconds left.
Oh my god,
no time remaining, and they have the round. Somehow they secure it. The bomb goes off, and 5 AM, they get themselves on the board.
5am finally getting one round, realizing what is exactly happening with the Panda Express, getting countered in that previous one. And this was desperately needed too for 5am to sort of get the momentum back in their hands and take it away, snatch it away from Panda Express. For Panda Express, oh my god, what a shot that was! Right to the dome, that's gonna nail him down. But you talk about up close and personal duels, and that's where Urail is gonna find the piece as well. Even Treasure's able to find a 2K for himself, and out and over, Panda Express, they just wing themselves back into life. As you've got Wanted, the only man left standing, well, not anymore, considering Husband, even he's gonna find the shot to the dome.
Oh boy, 3-1. They just go big in that one. Panda Express making quick work of the players of 5am. And last round of the first half, 5am. How do they push through? I think they're going to try their level best to swap sides with as close to an equal scoreline as possible. But it is Husband making the big plays. He's always finding that opener for his team. Even this time with the sniper, finds the first frag, and it's already a 4v5.
Wanted. Once again, scoping down in the souls of the opponents. A 4-on-4, Johnny on the board. 5am. At this point in time, it's going to be the patience game, and Adju Prime, has he been spotted? The gun barrel is quite visible, but look at Ron. He finally spots out Adju. A few shots were taken, but nothing critical happening just yet. Even a util was being tossed, but even that util is not able to find any sort of value. And 5am, once again, they swing back to life. It's now a 2-2, Johnny. Anything can happen.
For sure, anything can happen. It's even odds between the two sides. And 5am, they're going to hope to bring this to a 3-2 right here, right now. But the bomb is dropped on that A side, and they have to recover. But it's all going to be down to Adju Prime. He needs to find this frag on Ron. It seems like he has no idea the man is towards his right. Adju Prime moves in. Barely manages to wait. Taken out, Husband get picked up, and Ron goes down as well, somehow securing the round. 3-2, 5am, slight comeback initiated right now.
A comeback? Maybe not yet. Still the lead is in the hands of Panda Express, and that's something you cannot really overshadow. Panda Express, even this one-round lead, considering what they faced in the previous map, this one-round lead is going to be a big glimmer of hope for them. The only way 5am can actually come out on top, even on the mental aspect, is going to be taking this one-round lead away from Panda Express, which will be quite tough. Panda, they do let one round lose, but then instantly in the upcoming round, they tighten things up. But this time around, Panda, they're playing it way too serious, Johnny. No weird shenanigans pulled off. They're letting the players of 5am have the control, and they're playing for the retake.
Let's see. Holding a good angle over here, and as you mentioned, playing for the retake right now. But 5am also quite helpful when the util goes out to move in towards the side. But this time it's going to be Vemos, the first man to go down. Ron finds the frag, and an important one for his team as well. The side taken by the players of 5am. Still up from though.
It's not looking too good for 5am, Johnny. Just the final two players remaining. And now the sniper's pulled out. Unfortunately, the man gives his position away with that shot. I'm not sure what just happened there. Fat fingers from Wanted. His position's unnoticed. With the Tundra in the hands, he gets spotted by Husband. And that's going to be the shot of the sniper, sealing the deal on Wanted as well. And now just the one man at you. What can you do if you're in his shoes? Odin and R9 to back you up. And still the shotgun should be the main difference maker. That's what we all think, but still man advantage is something that counts. And that's where 5am lose once again. And as I mentioned, comeback, maybe not just yet.
4-2, but finally 5am. Now the switcher comes in. Now they're on defense, Panda Express on the attack. could be an important one, and it is going to be Husband who gets picked off. The players of 5 a.m., they're getting very aggressive over here.
Oh my God.
And they are getting punished as well. Panda Express, they are in control of this game. And as you said, Necro, I think the comeback has been shut down already.
Yeah, it maybe has been, but hold on, Johnny. We might just be too early to speak anything. It's still a 2-on-3. It is doable. And you can see the players as well. They're quite scattered across. Here we go. Wanted. He finds a nice trade. Now that's going to bring things back to a 2-on-2 and Wanted. If he's able to find Beybla as well, that's going to mean so much. But no. He gets isolated by both the players at the same time. And the off angles as well are quite nice. Hutju Prime is able to strike down another player. And Hutju Prime's got his hands on the shotgun. Challenging Hutju up close and personal is not going to be too brilliant. You need to create some distance, and that's what the man is doing. Treasure realizes the exact same thing, and he catches Hutju off guard.
Yeah, taking the long-range fight, going for the advantage that they already had. They almost slipped up, left the bomb behind over there. But 5-2-2, Panda Express, a nice little return of the favor from that previous hard point that they just lost to the players of 5 a.m. But let's see. Still a lot of hope for 5 a.m. to actually secure a win in this one. The trades come in right off the bat. And again, we're down to a 3v3, a very quick early fight between the two sides.
5 a.m., all they need to do is play proper defense. That's all they need to do, Johnny. But still, for some reason, 5 a.m.'s not able to do so. Odin's in the hands of Ron, and even he gets taken down eventually, as Wannet's going to find that kill. But look at the trades happening back and forth, and now the man advantage is in the hands of 5 a.m. 5 a.m. should play together, and that's what they're exactly doing. Finding the trades equally are going to be something that's going to matter the most, but 5 a.m. they mess up big, and Wamos shows his back to the opponent, as opponent's now going to find the strike and takes him down. But still, the bomb, something that's going to be a big factor. And that's where maybe 5 a.m. can once again bring things back in the court. 3-5 can be a scoreline that 5 a.m. can work with.
Yeah. Bomb drop towards that B site, and we have Uriel who is going to move in all the way back from spawn. Aju is playing this very carefully. He's not really contesting the bomb directly. He's just managing to keep his distance, waiting to see if the players of Panda Express show to pick the bomb up, but 30 seconds on the clock. And again, with the shotgun, not really a position from where he can take the fight, switches over to the pistol. Oh, the bomb picked up. The run towards the A side begins. 18 seconds. And Aju, he's been juked. He needs to run all the way back towards A and play for a solo retake, because that is where Uriel is headed right now.
Hold on, here comes the plant, Johnny. But even the man's quite ready. Even the nade's being tossed in the front. It explodes, and the plant has been denied at least for a few more seconds. The time runs out, and what just happened? 5 a.m., they come out on top. Brilliantly done. The man was saving the nade for the final few moments, and he just tosses that and denies the plant.
Oh man, what a tricky round over there. But hey, a win is a win, right? 5-3, they are still on the board, they are still in the game. 5 a.m. and Panda Express, they're gonna be kicking themselves, man, for that loss. So close to winning that round, and yet just completely miss out on the opportunity. This time looking to push towards A. And Wamos, he needs to go big from here.
Yeah. The Pandas are definitely having a tough day in the office, even though they've got the lead. Still, it's not too easy to secure the victory. 5 a.m., all they need to do is hold the angles. You can be the cheeky bunch as well. It's completely fine. At the end, what matters is the victory. It does not matter how you got it. It matters that you got it. Weedy, with the sniper in the hands, has already found the flank. And what am I watching? Urad's all the way to the back line. He was waiting for someone to flank. That was brilliant. Some good reads coming through from the opponents. But Panda Express still with the lead that they've gotten. It's now starting to put the pressure against the players of 5 a.m. It's now taken down to a 2-on-3 for 5 a.m. The lead needs to be nullified. Sniper's in the hand as well. But is that sniper going to find the difference maker? That's the question.
Well, let's see though. 2 versus 3, as you mentioned. Ramos, he needs to go big. He gets shut down first. It's just Wanted now in a 1 versus 2 situation. And he's been spotted out, takes down, or at least tries to take down one.
My God.
But still gets shut down. 6-3. I think this is over, man. This is already over. Panda Express too strong in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it is done. Panda Express, I mean, Johnny, we had a conversation, right? Panda Express getting the final few points in their hands, especially inside a hard point. That's where they sort of gained the mental edge. And for 5 AM, that's where they lost it. 5 AM, yes, they were playing it quite the weird way inside of the hard point later on, but that just costed them the mental fortitude.
Yeah.
And now look at the players of Panda Express. They're just getting the comeback done inside of the series. If they win this entire map, that means in the upcoming Control, they stand a big chance to win the entire thing. And for 5 AM to find the momentum back in their hands, they need to dominate Control.
Well, let's see though. Bomb planted 2 versus 2. Oh, Wanted spotted out and shut down. Aju Prime, last man left alive in a 1v2. He's been spotted out as well. And he gets finished off 7-3. Panda Express. What a beautiful way to close it out.
Johnny, Panda Express. Generally speaking, I thought that Panda Express might just be the one to come out on top in this Search and Destroy. And that's exactly what happened. The later stages off the hard point is something that costed the players of 5 AM. Pulling off the weird shenanigans. Only if they would have taken things serious in the first map itself, this would not have been the case. Panda Express, the only reason why they were struggling in hardpoint, it's because they were facing a lot of jitters. But then later on, the wind was in their sail. They kept on running away with the confidence. Yes, the win was still in the hands of 5 AM, but then the momentum transfer came in to Search and Destroy, and they destroyed 5 AM.
Of course, what an impressive performance coming in from this team. And 5 AM, I don't know what happened. It seems like they were completely lost in this mode right now, Search and Destroy. I think tacticality not really their strong suit, even though the individuals that we wanted to see perform, they did quite well for themselves as far as the scoreboard is considered. But Panda Express, very impressive. Now I want to see control even more between these two sides.
Indeed, man. Control is definitely going to be quite interesting, right? Considering we are going to move on towards Arsenal, and it is one of those maps that is, of course, going to be quite a known factor as well. But we haven't really seen Arsenal being played throughout the entire day. I mean, we've just seen one Control so far, and that was being played on Raid. So now that we're going to move on towards Arsenal, I'm expecting quite a close call.
Well, yeah, let's see how things are going to turn out. And I mean, I'm also excited not just because of the map, but because of how these two teams are playing right now. And again, the map itself is going to make things a little bit more intense. But hey, the match summary on our screens. And of course, Husband, once again, very consistent from the side of Panda Express. Aju Prime, also consistent from the side of 5 AM. Two of the best performing players from these two sides. But again, it's all down to the last mode Control, all down to that last map of Arsenal.
I mean, everyone was performing pretty well from the side of Panda Express, right? It's not just like a one-man show. Everyone had their contribution, and that's what you exactly need, especially inside of Search and Destroy. While you try and move on the conversation towards the players of 5 AM, it was just the top three performing. Weedy and the last man, he was not able to do anything, so that's the main issue. You need to perform as a well-knit unit. If you're getting the equal amount of frag numbers on the board, that's when you can come out on top on the map of Search and Destroy, and that's where Panda Express, they gain the edge.
But again, Control, now that will be interesting because you can't just focus on frags all alone, you can't just focus on objectives all alone, it needs to be a mix of both. And again, whoever gets the first control point tries to build up the pressure, but usually it turns out to be that you are on the receiving end. But it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. What is your prediction for Necro, though, for the series overall?
Listen, man, for the professional team, Control has been all about maintaining a good KD. Making sure that you do not really die a lot, while you making sure that you are, of course, farming the opponents. That's pretty much being about Control. Just maintain a good KD. As long as you've got a good KD inside of the game, you can be the one to come out on top. Because let's be honest, the objectives, yes, they are a role. They do play a big factor, but they are pretty much being sidelined, especially inside of the professional games.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, but let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, yeah, I think it's time to just enjoy the action because both these two teams are putting up amazing performances and we can't really predict what is going to happen. New faces on the block, and that means new expectations are going to be laid out for their future as well.
Here we go, Johnny. Arsenal's going to be on the way as Control rolls up on the screen. And off the rip, we've got Panda Express losing out on their one life. That's going to take them down to 29-13. And what am I seeing? Quite a controlled approach.
Well, let's see. Interesting start. Aju Prime gone down. And again, it seems like while one team wants to fight, the other team wants to play for the objective. We can see the players of Panda Express just circling around that B control point. And what is going on over here? Look at where Ron is. He's behind enemy lines right now. And he's just standing there, not really doing anything.
What have I been watching? Johnny, this control seems so controlled. First time I'm seeing the players actually playing the game the way it's supposed to, right? I mean, the players are actually showcasing quite a lot of that tactical nature. They're trying to prioritize the points as well, as B is being captured right now. And you can see 23-23. It's getting way too close. It's neck and neck. You never know who's going to be the one to come out on top for 5 a.m. now. They've got a 1 life disadvantage. But let's see if they can recover. This respawn's going to mean a lot.
Yeah, it's definitely going to mean a lot. 18-21, Panda Express, they have the upper hand. Ron and Husband, they do a brilliant job. But look at this. This position, Ron, he's holding an important action right now. He's playing a most important role in that game. He was trying to spawn trap the players from the side of 5 a.m. Just make sure that they would feel the pressure as soon as they were pushing forward. But timing goes a little bit off, and he's going to be shut down. 14-19, Panda Express still with an advantage of 5 respawns available to them. And it seems like the game plan of 5 a.m. has backfired upon them. 14-18.
Oh my
Husband
God.
gets spotted out, gets taken out. The trades come through.
Johnny, the Pandas are running away with the lead, 15-10. They've already got the 5 respawns lead. And now for 5 a.m., they're starting to crack. And that's not a great news. 14-9. Once again, the 5 respawn lead is something that's constantly being maintained by the Panda Express boys. And now we see a little bit of that stop inside of the action. But as I say, so it's going to be a quick burst, 12-8, and this is where 5 a.m. they might just start to capitalize once again. They're actually pulling off a comeback, 8-10. Now that 5 respawn lead, it's been taken down to just 2.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. 10-2, 5 a.m. And Ron, he's just stayed away from the team fights for a long time, but now it's time to regroup. Utility goes out down mid, but the players of 5 a.m. look at them on the map, all of them moving together. That's going to be the first frag found. 9-8, they need an advantage. They need to gain the upper hand in this one, but no! They just get mowed down in the crossfire, and it's going to be 9-5 once again. Panda Express with the upper hand in this game. Weedy's going to be spotted out, but he finds the pick onto Husband. 7-4. It's just the 3 frag difference between the two sides right now, separating the teams, and I think Panda Express, yes, they walk away with the first round win on this control mode.
It slipped away from their hands. I mean, unless this man pulls off an insane clutch. But still, time's off the essence. Does not really have a lot of time left in the hand as well. 1-5, it sounds a little bit too much to be pulled off. But still, Aju Prime the man is making his way. Is he going to find the first one? The answer is going to be no. And there we go. First round in the hands of Panda Express, considering they had the response lead.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a start. I think Panda Express definitely proving to be the stronger team of the two sides. And here we go again. This time it's going to be the players of Panda Express, all of them moving together. No opening found from either of these two teams yet, but finally there's going to be contact, and this time it is going to be the side of 5 a.m. who kick things off.
Indeed. And once again, quite a slower start. Panda Express, though, this time around, you can't say they're in a bit of that disadvantage. Maybe just 1 respawn away from equalizing things. 27-28 will actually make that 26-26 now. Panda Express, once again, getting things done for themselves, and this has been the good part about Panda Express. They're always punishing the players of 5 a.m. to make any sort of rookie mistakes. Before Panda Express, they realize one thing. Their team play has been much better. They are having each other's backs.
Oh, this is getting more and more intense. 25-25. Evenly matched right now, both these two sides. Fight down the middle. The trade comes through. And 5 a.m., they find 3 frags back to back, but instantly get traded out. 22-22 again. Uriel, an impressive pick secured, but needs to hold on the other side as well. Wemos once again goes down. Panda Express, a slight edge gain against 5 AM, but every single time this has happened, they keep slipping up.
Oh, look at Babla. Even he gets taken down, Johnny, 20-17. 5 AM once again with the disadvantage. Purifier being pulled out by Ron, and now Ron needs to go on Berserk mode. He was able to find a two-piece, but that's all he found. Instantly, he got taken down by ZFXG. And now for Treasure 2, is just holding that angle. He knows there's someone in there. And look at Babla. He's going to find the perfect flank. Parachu, he sniffed him a while ago as he turns back and slaps the man in the face. But still the advantage is in the hands of Panda Express.
Oh, Panda Express, I think they will be looking to close out this series in a comfortable manner, but 5 AM, they are making sure that Panda Express do not get comfortable at any given time. 14-12, 11
Oh my
12,
God,
and they
Aju.
gain the upper hand. 10-12, Aju Prime goes big, finds an impressive multi-frag, and now Panda Express, now they have to go passive.
Yeah, they do realize we are sort of getting a little bit too cocky inside of these moments. We are getting too overconfident. Need to watch out a little bit more. Vamos, look at the man. He's taken down way too low. Even ZFXG, the man's just holding the crossfires, waiting for someone to cross on over. Before ZFXG, what he does not know is that his teammates are now starting to face the Pride. But still, Panda Express, they're in a big disadvantage, 9-7. And this two respawn lead that the players of 5 AM had will actually just make that one. It can play a big role. And this is where, once again, Panda Express, they get the respawn's lead back in their hands. They've got more lives left.
Yeah, the lead completely taken away. Oh no, but what just happened? Wait, again, they just steal it from them. The objective works out, and Panda Express, not really caring about those frag numbers, secure another round on the board. 2-0, 5 AM just completely lost and distracted.
Oh my God, we were focused so much on the eliminations, on the kills, that we completely forgot about the points as well. And that's where Panda Express just gained the edge. They used the distraction, they used the intensity to pretty much capture the point and run away with it. And now, once again, off the rip, you can't see Panda starting things off with the equal note. It's later phases where Panda once again starts to get the advantage back in their hands. In the previous round, a lot of the investments were done from the side of 5 AM, so now they do not really have a lot left. But that's where Panda Express has a little bit of that edge.
Boy, 25-26 again, focused on the objective. And look at this. They're trying to capture both of them at the same
God, here
time.
we
The
go,
players
Johnny.
of 5 AM, they're so split up. But the Sparrow comes out from Treasure, and he can secure a lot of value from this. Already has, in fact, has helped his team secure a 2-frag advantage.
Oh my God, such a cheeky angle inside of the vents. And yes, the operator skills as well now being used. As they pulled out the Sparrow a while ago, and that Sparrow was actually quite a big difference maker. Weedy too. The man's still moving up with the CBR in his hands. Looking to hand out a few more death blows to the opponents, 23-18. 5 AM with a big disadvantage inside of the game. Now they do not really have a lot of respawns left. While Panda Express, they do have a few more compared to the players of 5 AM. And that's the big advantage Panda Express has always been playing with. They are now toying with the minds of 5 AM, while 5 AM, all they can do is just play according to the rules that the opponents have now set.
Objective lost. Pops up again. But Panda Express this time having the upper hand in terms of those respawns. I think that is what they are going to be focused on. 19-14 leading the charge right now, and 5 AM finally are starting to feel the pressure of the loss again on their heads. This is going to be an impressive reverse sweep coming in from Panda Express.
Oh, look at this, Babla. He was holding that corner, but not for too long, considering he was just able to find that one. 17-13, still Johnny, big advantage in the hands of Panda Express. The respawns are now leading on the side of Panda. This has been the usual case every single time, but hold on to that thought. Weedy with this Annihilator. This man is able to pull off so much insane stuff, as he's now going to find the equalizer for his team. 11-11 on the board. That one single line annihilator just annihilating the opponents. But here we go. The objective, it slips away from Panda.
It's the same way that they beat 5 AM, that 5 AM beat them in the very next round. 2-1. Panda Express, I mean, they need to close this one out. 5 AM also proving that they can't be taken lightly right now. Oh, this series is turning out to be the most intense series of the entire day, man.
Indeed it is. Utilities being tossed in the early phase, that's what usually happens. And now, once again, the respawn leads back in the hands of Panda Express. Are they going to play for the objective once again, or are they going to play for the eliminations? That's the real question. 5 AM, they walk in straight up blindfolded. The man in the corner is able to trap two players in treasure. He indeed does find a treasure for himself.
That was such an evil play, man. Just sitting in a corner, sees two players just slide in, takes them out one by one. And they have a big advantage to work with this time around, 25-20. But the players of Panda Express, look at them. The focus is going to be Objective A. And it's almost secured as well.
Oh my God.
Barely pushed away for a few seconds. They're trying to secure both the objectives simultaneously. That's the problem. Their numbers are split up. And now A being retaken by the side of 5 AM. But here comes the challenge from the players of Panda Express.
He messes up.
They are going to be shut down. And as you mentioned, the best up, the big blunder.
He invested big on that equalizer, but he still wasn't able to find any sort of value. And this round's going to be of the essence. Whoever wins this is going to be the major decider. If Panda wins this, they're going to be the one to run away with the victory. But if 5 AM wins this, we are going to move on to the upcoming decider. What is exactly going to happen? Still, you talk about Panda Express. They've got a few more investments that they're holding up. And for Panda Express, oh, that was a little bit of that whippy spray from Treasure, but at least he was able to find the success, and that's what matters. The Hunter Killer drone from ZFXG was able to get the job done as well. 14-17, Panda Express with the lead when it comes to the respawns. But here comes Vamos as he strikes down Husband.
Panda Express, they have the lead in terms of the frags, but that gets taken away because it was a bait set up by the players of 5 AM. They're waiting on Objective B, but now it is time for Panda Express. They've secured A already. They are going to look to secure B as well. 13-12, a very close game between these two sides. And look at this, the side of Panda Express. They're moving in from their spawn, looking to move towards B as quickly as possible. They have man lurking in the backlines as well. And Ron, his position is the most important. He needs to find those multi-frags from there. He finds one, gets the second as well. A lot of buying bought by the players of Panda Express, and this could be big. Now they have the upper hand. Ron, he's doing a brilliant job, shuts down the third player, looking for the fourth, and he's going to get one more in the bag as well. But the reset comes through. Panda Express,
It's done,
a big advantage, and yes, it's down to the last man. It's all over for the side of 5 AM.
It indeed is. What can this one single man do? Facing off against the 8 boys in the front. Yeah, Panda Express just completely overshadowing the players of 5 AM and showcasing that they're unparalleled to the players of Panda Express. Nicely done with how things started off towards Hardpoint, Johnny. None of us saw this coming, especially in the end.
Yeah.
Control was completely ruled by Panda Express.
Yeah, I mean, completely ruled, especially that last round, and of course the first round as well. Ron, very impressive. I think the strategy from the side of Panda Express, very well fleshed out for this particular map. They sent him in a position from where they knew that 5 AM, they were going to get over-aggressive. They would not check the corners very close to their spawn, and Ron just played tucked in a corner as well. He waited for them to overextend, and one after the other, picked off like 4 to 5 players from the same position, man. And again, 5 AM, even though one of their men went down, the call out must have gone out. All right, this man is here. They still would not check it. 2 more players move in, and they make the same mistake. They kept giving him free kills.
Exactly, man. He was able to find treasure on his hands. But even towards Train, if you move on the conversation towards that entire map, now at the start it was quite back and forth. We still did not know who was going to be the one to come out on top. But Panda Express, with the way they were able to run away with the lead, with the way they were able to gain the advantage every single time inside of the rounds, man, you can just say that they were better today compared to the players, of course. And now, if you try and move on towards the highlights, you can clearly see the moments of brilliances. Especially this time around, we're seeing the teams play the points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, And I think this time around, this was the first control where we saw objectives being secured and being the difference maker as well from both these two sides. First, it was Panda Express, then it was the side of 5am who played for the objective and walked away with the round win. And then towards the end, I think just baiting out that A objective and B objective at the same time, that was a big move from the side of Panda Express. That was a big, great play.
Exactly, man. I mean, teams playing for the points or the objectives. But honestly speaking, this control was sort of exciting, but it was a little bit slow as well, and I was not used to this. The players were actually using their brains too, knowing when to use the operator skills, knowing when to pull out the Sparrows, Annihilators, and this one single Annihilator play in the final few moments, that was the entire difference maker. That man was able to find so many connections, he was able to single-handedly take down so many players that in the end, the players of Panda Express just had such a big lead that 5am could not even do anything.
Well, I mean, let's see how things are going to turn out. It is going to be very interesting now, the matches tomorrow. Panda Express, I think I like how this team is playing. Not just completely relying on the firepower, but also working with a lot of strategy. And 5am, I think they just took it too lightly, man. 5am looked very strong in the first game itself, but then I think they just started slacking off and just got punished.
I mean, 5am started off so strong in hardpoint. We never expected this is going to be the outcome. I genuinely thought 5am might just be the one to close out the entire series in a 2-0 fashion after watching the first hardpoint. But then later on, it was the players of Panda Express, especially the train map pulled up. They were dominating through on that map as well. You move on towards Arsenal, Panda Express, they were just much more better. The coordination between the players as well, it seemed much better. They knew exactly what to hold. They knew exactly how to cover each other's back. And that's where they had the advantage over the players of 5am.
Exactly, but let's see. I mean, again, I'm excited for the matches tomorrow as well. I mean, today we got to witness the upper bracket matchup, and this sort of sets up the open finals. Because, I mean, as we discussed, top 8 teams do get to move forward to the challenge season. But tomorrow it's going to be the lower bracket. Tomorrow the teams will be facing real pressure, Necro. That is where the elimination matches will happen. And look at this. We already have 4 names that are that have done well for themselves.
Oh my god, this will be an interesting matchup, Johnny. Anthem versus Accelerate. Now that's going to be something I would love to see in Panda Express versus Team EXO. You flip the page and you're going to see the lower brackets on the screen. Tomorrow it's going to be NS versus KZM. You've also got TVG versus SLN and even STRK versus F8. So these matches are definitely going to be super interesting. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? There's still a lot of those question marks in the head because keep this thing in mind. Still these newer faces. One thing is for sure, they are bringing in a lot of that heat and surprises.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I mean, my eyes are set on the teams moving forward, right? Because 4 names, we have that confirmed from the upper bracket now for the lower bracket. Tomorrow's matches will decide who gets to survive and who gets to survive, fight for a chance for that challenge season. Challenge this season is going to be epic as well, and let's not forget 2 invited teams are going to be there as well.
I'm really excited for Anthem versus Accelerate, considering it's not going to be happening tomorrow, so that's just a big blow. But still, I'm super excited for Anthem versus Accelerate because these 2 teams are quite the veterans. We know what they're capable of. They have been inside of the scene for such a long time. Accelerate dominated their matchup against their opponents. Even Anthem, they pretty much pulled off the same thing, and they kicked their opponents in the lower brackets. Tomorrow, it's going to be the depths of hell, and we still do not know what to expect because today's day was filled with a lot of surprises. Some of the teams that we thought might just dominate, they were not able to do so, and I think so today, the biggest surprise was Time to Pound. Considering they got kicked down to the lower brackets, now I want to see how the momentum is going to look like for them in the upcoming stages.
I think that was the biggest upset of the day, as you mentioned, Time to Pound not really making things work. And EXO as well, the turnaround that they showcased was absolutely brilliant. Along with that, I think this last series, Panda Express, this was very competitive from both these 2 sides. And Panda Express has just now become one of the teams that I look forward to seeing more in this tournament.
Exactly, Johnny. Still, we have a lot of those question marks left in our heads, but the day 1 of the Open Finals has set the playing field in quite a great fashion. Tomorrow, we'll see you guys with the lower brackets, the depths of hell, where things will be super sweaty and they will be down and dirty. Before now, it's time for us to take a leave. That's going to be it from me and I, Super Johnny. We'll see you guys tomorrow with the lower brackets itself.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna find the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste it right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. Even this when greatness space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna find the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.